Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, August 19th, and I am back from a bit of a hiatus. It's been over a week since the last time I streamed, and that is because last week I went to Orlando to do a Universal trip. That's right. I spent 5 days in Universal Studios, Orlando, and 1 day at Disney World. And then came home, and then, set stuff up for this whole stream. And now it's Tuesday, and I'm ready to share with y'all a lot about the whole trip. I got like 300 photos queued up. Let's say, for sake of examples, that's not how you use that phrase. I got like a bunch of stuff. We're gonna go through it topic by topic. And I'll say, for what it's worth, the VOD, I'm going to put timestamps for each individual, category. The 5 lands of Epic Universe, as well as the other parks that I visited, one by one. If anyone is watching the VOD and is like, oh, I really want to hear about, Universal Studios Orlando specifically. Yeah, sure. I mean, you might want to hear about my thoughts on Rip Ride Rocket, which is now closed. It closed on Sunday after I got home. Very sad. I loved Rip Ride Rocket. That's why I scheduled the vacation for last week specifically, so I could ride it 1, 2, 3, 4 last times. I think it was like 6 last times, 5 or 6 last times, as you do. So yeah, that's basically what this stream is gonna be. I'm gonna talk about the trip, talk about all my thoughts about Epic Universe, Disney, the original parks, Volcano Bay, and also I'm gonna play viewer levels while I do. And specifically tonight, we're gonna be doing it. First off, yeah, that's what the first card. The focus of the stream is going to be the Orlando trip. That's going to be the majority of it. I will say, I do have like 5 cards unrelated to the trip to do at the end, like right at the end. Some off-topic stuff. Honestly, I've been pretty focused on the trip, and at the end of every day, I've been pretty beat, pretty tired. Didn't really have the energy to I don't know, play a million video games after spending like 12, 13-hour days running around theme parks, putting in 10, 11 miles on my, feet. So I'm mostly going to talk about that, though I will say one thing real fast. It is going to be all lightning round, first off, and second, there's going to be a free instant refresh for everyone. That is right. Instant refresh, if you don't know, is the thing where... Let's talk about this one thing at a time. First off, lightning round. What the lightning round means is that I have a limited amount of tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing a checkpoint, and 7 under certain conditions. 1, the first level of the night. 2, if a level has a clear rate under 1%, 3 super worlds. Those are the conditions wherein we get bonus heads. Furthermore, and the bonus heads are randomized, and it's very, very cool. So, you can see there's a bunch of them. They're in a real roulette. I can pull this up, and now I don't know what it's stopping on. And it's Yellow Yoshi. Very good. Second, instant refresh is a thing that we can do, which probably isn't going to work the first time. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's loading some crap. There we go. It'll work fine the next time. Instant refresh means that at any point, anyone can do once this stream specifically. This is a bonus for today. Once this stream, anyone can refresh their lives or anyone else's lives up to 7. And that'll be nice and good. And that will be even in the case where we don't have the bonus heads. The instant refresh will still take us to 7 once all is said and done. And that's how it should look, the instant refresh. That's how it should animate. Can YouTube refresh? That's a good question. I was thinking about this because there's no, like, way to do a one-time command on YouTube. So it'd have to be, like, honor system, but I think yes. Yes, YouTube should have the ability. I don't know how we're gonna keep track of whether you've spent it or not, other than using my valuable memory, but, I'm gonna say yes, YouTube should be able to refresh. On Twitch, it is a channel point thing. You can find it in your channel point things. One free for everyone. Subscribers can still do an additional one if they so please. Okay? Okay. Does that about sum it all up? Is it everyone on the same page here? My controller is on Course World. Let's go. I had a whole heap and plate of spaghetti before we began. Maybe not the brightest idea. I'm all full and crap now. But hey, that means I can go the distance, I reckon. First up is Rock Party. Again, lightning round means that we have a limited amount of tries to do. We're starting the viewer levels, by the way. We're starting now. Yeah, let's go. Let me review the way this works. For those who don't know, or those who need a reminder, if you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which during the lightning round means 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints and 7 in the case of clear rates under 1%, first level of the night, and super worlds. If you are not here, I still do level, but it will be in very nearly but not quite sudden death, which means only 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the people who are here. Now, Rock Party, I'm assuming that you want me to do the good old, you know, what I've been working on for a while now. Rowdy Roddy Pipers. Yikes. By the way, let's start into... So yeah, I went to Epic Universe twice during the trip. Let me give a basic overview of the trip before we begin. And this will be like an introductory timestamp on the VOD. Basically, did 5 days, did 2 days in Epic Universe, sort of like day at the old parks, day at Epic, day at the old parks, day at Epics, day of the old parks, you know, that was sort of the pattern of it. Spent 2 days then in Epic Universe. I had Express for my first day, which meant that I was able to do basically everything on my first day, including things with really long lines. And the second day, I was able to ride everything, you know, I wanted to re-ride and crap. I also went to the other parks, of course, including Volcano Bay, and at the end, I did a single day in Disney, wherein I did Hollywood Studios. Fuck. I'm not gonna count that one. It's cool. It's cool. Starting now. If I die again, it counts. Damn it! Did Hollywood Studios, Magic Kingdom, and Epcot. So it was a really packed week, you know, lots of walking. Like I said earlier, 11-mile days, just really beating the hell out of my feet. You know what I mean? Just going the distance every day. It was a lot. If you don't know what Epic Universe is, it is the third gate at, or fourth gate, if you're counting the water park's fourth gate. But it is the new theme park at Universal Studios Orlando that is very exciting and very much, long hyped. Originally was gonna open, like, wasn't it originally planned for, like, 5 years ago, and then the pandemic happened? And then, you know, it got delayed massively. And now it is finally open. And I have been there, and it's fucking great. I guess we could just start off with basic statements. Yeah, it's a fucking great park. I had a hell of a good time. I saw so many things, rode so many rides. Also just had a great time at the, regular parks as well. We're running short here. But, we'll see what happens. Damn it! If you want to save your instant refresh Rock Party, let me know. Everyone, I'll say, like, you don't have to use it on your first thing. The fuck me! The free instant refresh. Again, free instant refresh tonight. You don't have to use it first time. You can save it for later, if you so please. Just let me know before I hit dismiss. Hey, Barnstormer, you're going to some big farm expo in Maine with your aunt, so that's fun. That does sound fun. GG. Okay, yeah, that went fast. It does go fast. Hopefully next time we see that, we'll be able to. Let me know, Rock Party, if you want to do a refresh right now, or if you'd like to wait till later. Meanwhile, I'll just start showing some photos. So, with Epic Universe, my first hint of it. So I arrived. The way it worked is I landed on day 1 around 1 p.m. Got to the parks and did a half day at the old parks. Before, you know, Epic Universe in the morning. My first full day was in Epic Universe. But before then, I went to the Epic Preview Center, which I was kind of surprised was still up, but was kind of a really cool way to start Rock Party's Gonna Wait. It was a really cool way to, like, get my first impression of Epic Universe, because in there, they have a really big, like, scale model of Epic Universe, which is just really cool to look at. You know, you look at it and go like, wow, oh wow, just like down to the tree, basically. They've modeled this whole fucking park, and you can just walk around, look at all the lands, and go like, well, goddamn. As far as, like, what's at the park, if anyone's wondering, there is, there's the entry, which was very nice. There is Celestial Park, which is a beautiful central area that has, like, a couple of rides, but it's mostly just, like, trees and grass and lakes and stuff. There is the Harry Potter area, which is French-themed, except for the ride, which is what gives it its name, Ministry of Magic, because it's a Ministry of Magic ride, you see. There's Isle of Berk, the How to Train Your Dragons land. There's a Nintendo World, which, you know, is the same as what they have in Japan, and little more than what they have in Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't have Donkey Kong, nor the Yoshi ride, if you've been to that one. This is the bigger version. And there's also Donkey Kong Country within the Nintendo World, which, of course, look, DKC was my first video game, and still, even now, like, Donkey Kong, very important to me. So, like, you better believe I went there. I don't know where I'm going with that. I was very excited to go there, and I'm very happy to have been. And then there's finally the Dark Universe part, which is the Universal Monsters land, like Frankenstein and Wolfman and other such beasties. Very good. I think that covers introduction. Let's do the next level. Hey, hey, hey. Zombie Overlord, hello! Long time no see. Yeah, I've been at Universal. One other thing I should touch on before beginning into this, I will say there was a little bit of weirdness with the ticketing situation. So, when I was buying my tickets, I bought a 3+1, which is 3 days at the old parks plus 1 day at Epic Universe, and then I bought an individual 1-day park for the for Epic Universe. The parks use facial recognition now to, like, validate tickets and stuff, and I used my 1-day ticket on the first day that I went to Epic. So, but apparently what happened at the gate, even though I handed him, the guy at the gate, my 1-day ticket, apparently it burned my 3+1. So I had to go to the customer support area to, like, get it fixed on day 2, which was kind of a shame because, you know, I missed a little bit of early admission, but I got a single attraction pass plus ticket for my trebles, which you can use at rides that even don't have express usually, which is really cool. Let me tell you, I skipped some lines at I skipped some lines that you don't usually have the ability to skip. Let me say that right up front. Which is fantastic. A long majority of your uncleared levels were actually cleared by its Team 0%. This terrifies me. Dang. Too bad, too bad. That's for sure worth it. Yeah, it ended up kind of being a good trade-off, you know? I lost like 10 minutes of my morning, 20 minutes of my morning that morning, and wasn't able to go get in line for, the most busy rides. But I was able to skip like 2 hours of that line later on using that express pass ticket thing. So yeah, kind of worked out. Let's play the next one of these, and then we'll start talking land by land. We're skipping vexing pipes, right? Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, they got facial recognition at the parks now. Like all the entry. Well, it's not only just the entry portals, honestly, but also like in Epic Universe specifically, all the lockers are based on facial recognition now. So they do a face scan and then they open the locker based on that, which I think is a big improvement over using the tickets. You had to use your ticket before, and you still do at the old parks, which is kind of inconvenient because, if you're emptying your pockets of everything but your ticket, you still have to carry your ticket. So that's a little awkward. Also awkward with the old parks is that it seems like the hotel tickets / entry tickets now use QR codes, but the lockers can't scan QR codes. Some of the lockers can't scan QR codes, so you will need to like take your you will have to like get a locker ticket, which is just basically a ticket that has a QR code on it that you can use to like scan. Alright, this counts as a super world, so let me get some super world heads. Okay, it's Yoshi. Very nice. Kinda silly, and I hope that eventually they upgrade their old lockers to use the new system, because I think that the new system is really good. I think like it can be a little slower, honestly, but again, I think the convenience of not having to bring anything with you when you're told to empty your pockets just makes a lot more sense than being like, yeah, and I keep my lanyard with my park ticket on me. Like, that seems silly. I know that if my park ticket flew out of my pocket, it would not be an issue. It's too light to kill anyone, or whatever the issue is with, loose articles on theme park rides. But, still, it makes you go like, okay, I could still lose my ticket though if that's a risk, if that's a danger. But it's fine. I put it in my I think with like tickets on lanyards, they want you to put it like below your shirts. I always find that super uncomfortable though, so I put it in my like I got like cargo shorts, and they have like the Velcro pocket. I put it in there, and it's never been a problem. But anyway, yeah, that ended up being a screwy thing. I'll say, like, before we begin, just like overview, just like overall, I'll say I ended up with, I think all my previous times at the parks, I've never gotten a single attraction park plus pass before. Never got one. But this time I ended up with 1, 2, 3 of them across the course of the trip. Once when a ride broke down and I was on it, I ended up waiting 20 minutes to like get off the ride, which was pretty wacky, but hey, because of that I was able to skip. Do I go through the door? Yes. I was able to skip Donkey Kong line. Once because of the ticket mishap, which allowed me to skip Ministry line, most of it. Turns out, even though Ministry doesn't have an express, still a lot of people end up with those damn tickets, so there is a 20-minute line on Ministry regardless. On the express line, even though there isn't an express line, it's just people with magic skip the line passes, and they're like 10 to 20 minutes worth of them. Third time, Velocicoaster closed down while I was in line for it, and they gave out, you know, those but for the original 2 parks. And I also got Express for free one more time when I went to go on Curse of the Werewolf, and there was an 80-minute line and single rider was closed. And the guy said, "You're traveling alone?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, like, "You know what? I got you. Go in the express line. Go, you got it. I got you." And that was very nice and very convenient and saved like 60 minutes probably, judging by the posted wait times. That was rad as hell. And I was yeah, so skipped 4 lines outside of the express that I bought on day 1 of Epic. So that was real nice. A lot of line skipping this time, in a good way, you know, the kind that's official and by the books, you know. Really, really happy with that overall. Thank you, 06I. I am hitting complete, and I am bringing up the next one, which is by Coco Coco. Coco Coco, go ahead and confirm for me. Meanwhile, let's talk about Celestial Park, Epic's hub. That's right, it's time to start going point by point, area by area. So like I said, Epic Universe, you know, it has a central hub area. It's sort of, the structure of Epic Universe is basically, it's got this central hub, which is a bunch of big lakes and like stuff, and it has like 4 lands that spoke off it in various directions, and the lands don't interconnect with each other. They're all like individual corners of the park. There's just this central area in the middle, which is just an original theme. Now, there's a whole bunch of like plots. Coco Coco is here, by the way. There's a whole bunch of plots in like the lore, which is like, oh, you know, basically the Celestians, they opened up a bunch of warp gates to all these different worlds, and you know, this is supposed to be like a travel nexus for this enlightened alien society, I guess. But the important thing is really nice gardens, pretty trees, the hotel is there and it's beautiful. There's some nice waterworks, really high-class eating, and of course, a ride or 2. In particular, Stardust Racers, which I don't want to, like, you know, let's just get this out of the way right now. Stardust Racers was my favorite ride at Epic Universe. It is a dueling coaster, or a racing coaster. There's 2 tracks, and there's lots and lots and lots of, like, crossovers, times where they're side by side, and going over and under each other, like, this way and that way, and it's just so cool, so exhilarating, so epic, perhaps. I fucking loved Stardust Racers, and rode it like 5 times. First time I got on it, it like closed down for an hour before I was able to ride it, which I'll say happened quite a few times while I was there. Rides closing, and just like, you know, everyone waiting in line for it to temporarily closing. The thing is, if they say it's temporary, they don't have to give everyone express single attraction pass plus tickets. So sometimes they're just like, yeah, it's storming outside, so let's give it 15, 20 an hour and see if it gets better. Every time I waited on one of those lines like that, when it reopened, everyone's just like, yeah! And the last time I rode it, like on the last day, there was like visible lightning. Visible goddamn lightning. What's the clear rate? Clear rate is great. Okay, perfect. Visible lightning in the sky, and I was kind of worried that it was going to close. And when I was just about to get on it, they did like an announcement saying like, so there's inclement. We need to run real fast and be real good. They did an announcement saying like, oh, there's inclement weather in the area, but we're gonna keep it open as long as we can. And everyone cheered because we all knew we're getting on this thing. And indeed we did. I did get on it and have a great final ride at the end of my final day, which was just phenomenal. It has so much airtime. As far as like the stats go, the real coaster heads would probably tell you that was a great level, by the way. Blue Galaxy run, quite nice, quite straightforward. Mwah. Quality. First try, let's go. I'm hitting complete. Feel free to get in another level if you so please, Coco Coco. The roller coaster nerds would tell you like, oh, it is an airtime machine. It has so much airtime, as well as just like so many nice interactions with each other. You know, you saw cases where you're going up hills and the other ride is behind you, is like to your side, and you can look at that. There's cases where it's like going under and over and like zigzagging. There's one time where it goes up and one goes upside down over, and then on the hill down, they flip over and one goes down on top and the other goes down on the bottom. They're sort of like spiraling around each other, and that is just like the coolest inversion imaginable, honestly. And I think one of the only inversions at Epic Universe. It probably should be noted. I'd say, like, if there's one thing I could use more of at Epic Universe, I think they could use one more thrill coaster. One more coaster that is definitely not for families. That said, I did see kids riding, this thing. Like, when I was, Javon Twitch just said, nice, excellent. When I was, one time, I was going through the regular queue, right? And I said, when I got up, like, back please, can I get the back? And the guy said, yes. I'm always going for the back because the back has the best, like, is the best place on any roller coaster. Because basically you get pulled over the hills because when you're at the top of the hill, most of the train is already going down the hill, so it's speeding up as you're going over, as you're cresting. And like a maybe 10, 12-year-old kid was in the single riders line, and he was like, oh, you had no idea how much I wanted the back seat. Thank you for that. And, he was telling me about how much he likes Cedar Point. And I think that's cool. I think that kid was pretty cool, and I hope he has like a million more theme park trips ahead of him or whatever. I don't know, but like I think that give me a little bit of hope for the next generation. He knew his shit. He knew like what was good, and it kind of surprised me because he was like a head shorter than me. I guess Stardust has a pretty good like height requirements. Like, I think I saw somewhere, like, it's several inches shorter than Velocicoaster, for instance, somehow. I don't know how that works. Couple cool more things about Stardust. I really like the launch. When it does the launch at first, it does the launch, and you're, like, in the back of your seat. And then, like, midway through the launch, it speeds up. It gets faster, a second boost. And it's just like, you're already being pulled back, and it's just, it really has a good kick to it. And then there's the second launch midway, which gives you a bigger launch if you're behind, a bigger boost if you're behind, which is just, moi. It's kind of exciting to be like, oh, we're behind. We're gonna go faster this time. Let's go. It's delightful. I rode both sides 3 times. I have no preference between them. Hell of a ride, Stardust Racers. I don't know if it's better than Velocicoaster yet. I've only ridden it 6 times, and I've ridden Velocicoaster I don't know how many times throughout the years. You recommend the swamp. Okay, let's do the swamp then. Revenge of the Wigglers. No, let's do, you said the swamp? Oh, Chain Chomp Swamp. Latest level. And the clear rate is 100 over 5,000. Thank you for the follow, Timmy Bob. Super Mario Maker 2. What does that say there? Thank you for the level 2 as well. The clear rate is 3%. 5 heads. 5 lives is what we get. Excellent. And again, remember, everyone on Twitch, you're getting a free instant refresh. Every viewer, even those who don't have the subscription, it is on the house today on account of, you know, this being a great oh shit, this being a great day and all. But it's up to you when to use it. You know, you want to save it for a later level? Be my guest. Harder level, or you know, obviously you should save it for when we're like out of light. That's just good common sense. Ah, gotcha, shit. But yeah. So yeah, Stardust Racers fucking ruled. I loved it. It goes without saying that it's one of my favorite roller coasters of all time, and like I do think that hey, there we go. I do think they've done a hell of a job with it, and you know, it really is what the park needs, considering it is its most it's its most thrilling coaster. And everything else is pretty, you know, family friendly, but in a way that's like, you know, it's like Hagrid's. It's like they got a bunch of Hagrid's. Really exciting rides that are exciting for everyone, but also accessible for the younger folks as well. Shit! That blows. Quickly, more photos. After that, eventually, in that first day, I did ride Constellation Carousel, which is a carousel. It does have some neat features, like inner circles that rotate independently from the bigger circle, and also the poles do go very high. It is a carousel, though, so I didn't really get much out of it, honestly. And I accidentally rode one of the ones that's not on an inner circle, so I didn't get the full experience, I guess. You know, I'll say I think Constellation Carousel probably is a best-in-class carousel, but as a 30-something thrill-seeking type, I'll say that the carousel didn't really like tickle my fancy. Yes, the cone I did get the cone. When we talk about Isle of Berk, I'll tell you all about the cone. We're going like land by land. So, yeah. Get the fuck, what am I doing? Wait, what is that? What is up here? Good luck. Okay, it's just... I feel like there's a hidden thing. Let's see... What could it even be? What power-up? It's a 1-up. I guess it could be like Big Mario or something. Fire Flower would be kind of, you know, you'd have to jump around the question mark block to get it, which actually isn't a big deal, but, I think, overall, Celestial Park, I think, is a great hub. It's beautiful, really picturesque, and of course, you know, we gotta talk about the fine dining, which, and once we finish this level successfully and don't die, I will tell you all about the dining experience, but, like, that aside, like, I think Celestial Park is low-key my favorite land at the park. Mostly, honestly, because, you know, it contains my favorite ride at the park. Hey, checkpoint. That gives us our lives back. Excellent. I told you we'd be beating this level without, dying. It has my favorite ride at the park. It connects all the hubs and areas, so you're spending the most time there. It is beautiful at night. There's a lot about Celestial Park that I think makes it a top-class hub area. And if I were to compare it to, like, the likes of, what the hell does, if I were to compare it to, like, Port of Entry, right? I think it wins that hands down. If I were to compare it to, like, I was thinking for a second, what the hell does Universal Studios have at its hub? Hollywood Production Central, was it? That's you know, uncontested, because it doesn't really have rides, especially not anymore. Maybe you could have said, like, you know, a week ago you could have said, like, Rip Ride Rocket is technically in the hub, but now that's closed, so really that hub in that park is nothing, is empty. This is cool. Yeah, I think this is a great shit. Fuck. Great auto-scroller situation. As far as the eating goes, I went to Pizza Moon, which just had immaculate theming inside. Was absolutely beautiful. And I got some silly purple pizza, which looked like that. I was told after that that's like a, that's like a whole thing, purple pizza. Like, apparently they put yam or something in the bread, and that colors it purple, and it's like a whole, it's a whole thing. I didn't really get that out of, like, the flavor of it. I just thought it was like, oh, funny pizza. Funny pizza, it's purple. And, you know, tastes like, any fancy pizza where it's, like, Italian style, I guess. Honestly, what it reminded me of most is, I mean, I'll say, like, pizza-wise, I very much, live and die by Italian-style pizza, you know, and, like, Italian-style pizza is what I, you know, go with, want, desire, etc. Like, I don't really know about other types of pizza, honestly. Don't really truck with them that much, honestly. But it was alright. It reminded me of when I was in Japan, and I had, again, some Italian pizza at, like, the Fuji-Q Highlands, hotel restaurants. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, this is on the level of a hotel, of a theme park hotel pizza, which is to say, like, yeah, it's good. It's tasty, and definitely a novelty. Oh, crap, I thought that would come back up! Oh my god. There should be more pizza variants. I don't disagree, but I love a cheese pizza. I don't think you can ever go wrong with a cheese pizza. Pizza Moon is great, I'll say. It is also a quick service restaurant, so provided that there are tables available, you just get a table and then you scan a QR code and you order from there, and they bring your food out to you. You don't have to mess around with, like, you know, waiting in line to order or anything. I really like that about Universal nowadays. Their mobile ordering is actually really convenient, and much more convenient than, like, flagging down a waiter and going like, yes, yes, I'm ready to order. Or alternatively, waiting in a fuck-off line and going like, yes, yes, I'll have the cheeseburger. You love all pizzas. Lasagna pizza you have in Rhode Island was good and unique. I had some noodle pizza in New Jersey a month ago, which I think I shared at the time. I've had it several times because I've been to New Jersey a bunch of times, and to the shore, etc. You know, as a family thing. You know, a lot of my family is from New York and likes to go out to the Jersey Shore and all that. So I'll say, like, I'm not a stranger to gimmick pizzas, and, you know, it was like cheese and, I don't know, it was really a gimmick so much as just, like, was like cheese and funny purple bread, which I hear is like a big thing in like California. And is it just California? I don't know about California and pizza. That, to me, does not compute. Like, when I think pizza, I think New York. As do, I think, most people. I'll say, like, just in general, when it comes to, you know, eating at the parks, when it comes to the food here, I am a bit of a picky eater. I am. There's a lot of things I don't like, and a lot of the time where I'll ask, like, hey, you know, I don't like pickles, I don't like mustard. I don't like, you know, a whole lot of crap. Make sure that there's nothing on here that's like pickles or mustard, you hear? You know, I definitely would tell people that. Dang, we're really close to, running out of lives. I also had a ice cream at Frosty Moon at the end of the first Epic night. That is just an ice cream, and you get like fancy sprinkles on it. They had like celestial sprinkles, and which were like, you know, custom ones you can see there. They're like fancy blue and gold. I'll say the person at the counter did say like, these are really hard sprinkles, by the way, just so you know. And then I got them, and it was like, oh, these sprinkles are really hard. Like, you really have to crunch on them. They're actually, I think they should be softer. But, you know, what, you're not gonna get the gimmick sprinkles while you're at the park? You're not gonna get their special bespoke sprinkles? It was alright. Let's give this last try and complete it in one, and then I'll talk about the fine dining that you get in Celestial Park. Celestial Park has the 2 sit-down restaurants at Epic Universe. The 2 ones where you do have waiters and you do have to wait, and they do like you know, you do have to wait for them to give you the check and to take your credit card somewhere mysterious and then return with it after a 5-minute wait. I'll say, like, I feel like, you know, these things, I don't know what the deal is with fancy restaurants and making you wait for every step of the process. Seems to me they could just have the credit card scanning machine. Like, you know, they could just bring it to your table, but I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't be, like, authentic to the sit-down experience, you know? It's supposed to take time. That's, like, part of the charm, I don't know. Shit, out of lives. Dang. Good attempts, though, I think. Thank you, Javon Twitch, for the things, for the level, and, oof, yeah. Maybe another time, you know, hey, feel free to get that code back in there. We can absolutely take another crack at it, or play a different level, depending on, which you'd prefer. If you wanna... Shit, I should have, like, maybe waited a second to see if you wanted to do an instant refresh, but, remember, wait a second, everyone has a free instant refresh. I'll try to remember that going forward, but let's go ahead and dismiss, and, we can, you know, remember everyone, remind me, I'll try to remember, and not just bail out immediately, but, let me go ahead and dismiss and get the next one up. Chard. Chard is up next. Let me hit next for Chard. Oh, Chard was just talking about the pizzas. That's relatively recent. That was what the thing we were just talking about it. Go ahead, Kaiser Dragoon. You're absolutely cool to submit whatever you want. Yee, says Chard. Hell yeah, yee indeed. For fine dining, there's 2 restaurants, and I ate at both of them. The second day, I thought, like, you know, honestly, with the Express, I was able to basically do everything on the first day, including the shows. And as a result, I thought, well, I kind of have time. even if you just cut out like 2 rides, let's say, you can do everything and not don't do the shows, for instance. You can do everything at Epic Universe in one day, and you really do have time to like eat at a fancy restaurant, even 2 fancy restaurants. So I went to the Atlantic, which is a really nice, really nice like fish themed restaurant. There's like a bunch of cool fish on the ceiling, which I guess I didn't include a photograph of. But also, there's really nice views of the lagoons, as well as, like, you can see Stardust Racers through the window there. That was fun. And I decided to get a burger. Now, that might sound odd, considering I went to a restaurant that's themed after seafood. But do keep in mind that it was $22, and the rest of the entrees were, like, really expensive. And I said to myself, you know, this is lunch. This is lunch, let's not break the bank here. Also, I got several other fancy meals planned for the next, like, couple of days here. So, like, I really shouldn't be, like, going all in on the fish dish. I will say, it was a hell of a good burger, and, you know, the views were excellent. I also went to the Blue Dragon, which is the Pan-Asian restaurant at Epic Universe. Very pretty inside. Yeah, the fries were great. Very good theming. I tried a plum tea and found out that, no, I don't care for tea. I still don't care for tea, even if it has a hint of plum in it. Honestly, like, I don't want to be rude to the tea or nothing, but all I could think of while I was tasting it was, like, hand soap. You know, it's just, like, scented hand soap is where my brain went to, and that's just not very, appetizing. I just don't get tea. I'll say I don't drink many things. You know, I drink cold water. That's about it. I don't drink soft drinks. I don't drink tea. I don't drink beer. So, like, I guess it was kind of a stretch to say, like, oh, yeah, I'll try drinking something. Nah. It's not for me. But I will say, the ramen was excellent. I got the ramen at the Blue Dragon, and it was probably the best ramen I've had in America. I'll say, you know, there's probably a place or two in Japan I can think of, like that one ramen dish I got in that little seaside town north of Hokkaido, where it was just like crab parts in a ramen, and it was just like the most ridiculous seafood ramen I've ever seen or imagined. But this is the best I've had in America. I liked how like a bunch of the side stuff was really big and fun to eat with the ramen. Like, they gave me, like, I don't know what it was, but it was some veggie that had like a bunch of sprouts coming out in every which way, you know, like branches sort of, or like splits. It was sort of like a leafy thing. I don't know what it was, but it was pretty tasty and fun to eat. And real good goddamn ramen. Recommend that. Yeah. Beautiful at night as well. Again, beautiful at night. I think that covers Celestial Park. Good, okay. There's a super affordable place for ramen in Connecticut. Looks about as delicious as your ramen there. I mean, I'll say I do have a place that I go for ramen here locally, but, you know, I don't go there that often these days. I feel like they've gone a little downhill during the pandemic, but they're still like the best I know of. But maybe that's just me not shopping around as much as I should do. Wow, this clear rate is a little low, but not low enough to get us extra heads. Ooh, that's good. Water is good. Peppermint tea. That might be, maybe it is the case that I just haven't found the tea that I would like. But I do like a peppermint. Like peppermint ice cream. I love that shit. That's my favorite at Brahms specifically. Though I find that Bluebell's, the other brands that I've tried their peppermints I don't like as much. So I would be lost, I guess, if I ever moved somewhere where they don't have, Brahms as far as peppermint ice cream goes. But, that's, you know, not the biggest deal in the world for what it is worth. So yeah, that's Celestial Park. I think that about sums it up. It was a... like hammers or something coming through the wall. Be right back, no problem. Do whatever you need to do. How the hell do you get this? Oh, duh. I was overcomplicating it, trying to do like a trick shot. The wall bugs sometimes. Yeah, probably like a pipe or something that's generating the spike balls is loaded, and it's, you know, acting. I assume that was correct. I think that's right. Something about what I just did feels weird. Like, I feel like I'm going a weird way. But I bet it's fine. Let me know if it's not fine. Fuck! There was a pit below us. That was not fine. No, I think we can plainly see that did not go great. But, whatever. Anyway. Whew. Okay, yeah. I'll say, by the way, with the way that this is all going to be structured, we're going to go, like, you know, section by section, which means that we're now going to talk about the next land. Why don't I just pull that card right now in the middle of a level? Sure. Let's talk about Ministry of Magic, the new Harry Potter area. And I'm gonna pull this card right in the middle of a goddamn level because, yeah. Ministry of Magic, it's like a French-themed area. It has some minorly French theming, big buildings, and a ride. We'll talk about the ride, like, you know, as we go. Like, when there's time. Damn it. So I'll say, Ministry of Magic, the ride itself, which, come to think of it, probably has a different name. It's like the Battle of the Ministry or something. It is, I think, the most popular ride at Epic Universe, and as such, gets the longest lines, consistently, and also, even, you know, there's the Express. It's not included in Express. You cannot skip the line with Express. Now, I will say, due to reasons, I ended up with some skip the line passes that I explained earlier. So I was able to go into the non-existent Express lane for Battle of the Ministry the second time I rode it. The first time, I went through the line and did it the normal style, which is to say, I got in at early admission and then, you know, jumped online as fast as I could. That is, by the way, the general recommendation. Like, you want to just beeline for the Ministry area. And by the way, something I was really confused by first time I was there. What am I doing? First time I was there, I was kind of confused because, you know, I looked at the open attractions list and the Ministry was not included. But then I realized, like, 10 minutes in, like, oh, it's actually open. It's actually now just appeared all of a sudden in the list. And, you know, you gotta beeline there if you want to make it and, you know, save yourself 30 minutes or whatever. And you do want to get it out of the way. It is the most busy line, and it can get ridiculous. Like, that whole land is not very big, and that whole land can just end up being a big line for the attraction itself. Fuck. So yeah, really cool line. I'll say, like, there is just, you can do the single rider line, but not actually ride the line if you want. Like, they allow you to see the Flu Network stuff, which is basically just, like, a fireplace that you walk through and it does, like, a poofy effect. And then there's some really big, queue areas, which are really, really, like, you know, fucking large and impressively themed. Have a lot of cool, like, places to see, some setup for the ride, some cool drawings, a robot, vacuum doing some cleaning, Dolores's office, and then, yeah, you get to the ride itself after, like, you know, an hour of waiting. It is a very detailed ride queue. I would put it, like, you know, up there with the likes of, I would compare it to, Rise of the Resistance in terms of, like, how much, has gone into the queue. It is very detailed and very, like, genuinely cool. And then the ride is pretty well put together, too. It's, you know, like you saw, it is a, the ride vehicle is like, Tower of Terror style, but it's not really a Tower of Terror ride, honestly. It's more like a Spider-Man. You know, they do some gimmicks with, like, you know, they make it look like the elevator is moving, left and right and flying around, and it kind of reminds me of the also Spider-Man, like, Peter Pan attraction at, Disney Sea. Kind of reminds me a bit of that, honestly. In some ways. Shit! How are we dying so many times? But it's just a really good, like, screen ride that, you know, uses some ride vehicles that can, like, go up and down a little bit, and as such, like, simulate some amount of, like, bobbing up and down in the air as you go through a genuinely pretty well put together story. You didn't know you could do that? Oh, I see. So I'm probably doing something very unintended then. Gotcha. I'll say at the end of my first ride, which I enjoyed, I think it's a really good Spider-Man type ride. Not quite... I still think I prefer Spider-Man, and I think that since it had, like, elevator, Tower of Terror style ride vehicles, you know, elevators with the elevator with seats, I feel like it should have had a drop in it. But I will say the first time I rode it, at the very end, I got stuck in it. The ride broke down while I was at the very end, and they even turned the lights on, which was kind of cool because I could see, like, the you could see, like, the tracks, and you could see, like, how some of the vehicles and stuff were, like, you know, held up. It's kind of cool, you know, looking around going like, oh yeah, you can see the ground and the tracks, and look over there, that elevator at the end is, like, held up by a big pole. And then, you know, 10 minutes pass, and you're still sitting there. But, you know, like I said, they eventually, like, after 10, 20 minutes, they, got the ride moving again, got us off the ride, and then, not sure what you're supposed to do here, if not hit that. Maybe I could hit it with a bomb. Maybe hitting it with a bomb is the answer. That'll certainly destroy it. I think we're supposed to go over here, if I had to guess, but I really don't know. Eventually, I got off the ride. It wasn't that big a deal, honestly. and they gave us express passes that I was able to use a little bit later to get onto Donkey Kong without waiting in an 80-minute line, which was a big benefit. And not to spoil that part of the stream, but it was really fucking wild walking past an 80-minute line in a, you know, an exclusive queue that had no one in it. No one was in that line, just me, because, you know, they don't give out that many of these. That said, like, most people who do get them seem to use them on Ministry, considering that Ministry's non-existent single rider has, like, a thing. I'll say, for Ministry, the next day I did try to, do it again, right? And then I ran into an issue at, entry. I ran into an issue getting into the park. I just use bombs from here, I guess. Anyway, long story short, I had another single entry skip the line pass the second day for a different purpose from a different mishap, and I wanted to try to see if I could use the single rider to get past the 80-minute line, but it turns out with Ministry, even the single rider, you have to wait in, like, the, if I lose this suit, can I? No. I cannot get another one. Yeah, you've never seen these issues? Yeah, it's turned out really strange. Even with single rider, you have to wait through the outside line, like the line that's outside the park itself, outside the land itself. And that line was probably like an hour long, so, you know, it was like an hour-long wait to maybe find out that, oh, single rider isn't necessarily going to, like, you know, get you out of Dodge. So I just ended up using the express pass on it the second time I rode it, which was nice, which was fun, which was good. I would recommend everyone tries to run that ride Ministry as fast as possible, you know, with early admission if you can. And otherwise, you're probably going to be waiting for, like, a while. I'll say there were times where I didn't see a big line outside in the Harry Potter land, so presumably sometimes the line is at least all the way inside, and you can try using the single rider line to, like, cheat it, but I will also say people at Universal are pretty good about single rider. There's a lot of times where, like, single rider will be full to capacity because it ain't like Disney, you know? I feel like, in my experience, Disney single rider, if there is single rider, you know, it's very much neglected. Or, like, you know, Six Flags, another example, park I've been at that has single rider sometimes, and it's just fucking empty. Universal, people are on top of it. Fucking hell, really? Oh my god! Oh, we got a checkpoint. So we just lost one, okay. We got a checkpoint that refreshed our lives. Beautiful, okay. And Shard would refresh us if we use charge refresh if it were necessary. I'm thinking we might be good, Shard. But let's wait and see. I like this nightmare of spikes. You don't see that many nightmare of spikes. Oh my god, I was distracted again at the same time! I was looking at chat. I don't know what it is about that section, but when I go through the door, I want to look at the chat. Yeah, I would say it'd be nice if that was like one square off so that, you know, you had like a second to react and go like, oh no, I need to move. Jeez. Move to the right, move to the right. All right. This is pretty cool. There's the snake business, but you can also just like do some fun shortcuts if you use the thing. Well, I say that. Clearly you need the snake to actually get through the door. Whew. So yeah, Ministry, Battle for the Ministry is a really good ride. I'll say that the rest of the... I'll say it's a great ride. I'll say, like, it's one of the best rides of that sort, Spider-Man type rides that Universal has done. And I'll also say that, fuck me! What am I doing? I'm glad I wrote it. It's pretty solid. I'll also say I ate at the Café La Sirène, which was a very nice, fancy cafe. I had the butterbeer crepe, which I'll say, you know, like I said, I don't really drink things, so I've never had butterbeer before. As a result, it was just a very sweet, crepe with some very funky frosting, which when I had it was like, eh. Like, there's kind of, butterbeer kind of has a weird flavor to it, I guess. But I was just kind of like, perplexed as I was eating it. And, you know, that was kind of my lunch on my my breakfast, first day of Epic Universe. So I kind of wished I had gotten the crepe, so day 2, I went back and got the crepe. That's more of a breakfast, and perhaps more what I would recommend. The crepe came with some frozen butterbeer, which I took a little bit off the top and was like, oh yeah, that's the same taste as the frosting. I guess that was the butterbeer I was tasting. I guess that says a lot about, like, my inexperience with butterbeer. I didn't know which flavor was the butterbeer, whether it was, like, the, you know... It's got, like, some sauce, like, drizzled over it, and it's got some foam as well. It's the foam. The foam is the butterbeer. And it's kind of peculiar. First time you're having it, I guess. We'll talk about the show after this. I'll say overall the Harry Potter area is cream soda. I don't really know cream soda, but I believe you, yeah. Like I said, I just don't really know much about drinks. That's just a thing I have, like, next to no experience with. I don't have the taste. God damn it! I don't know the flavor of these things. You know? We have 1 life left. Oh, Chard is going to refresh. Chard, you're down for a refresh? Shit! Let's see if you're going to need it. Anyway, that restaurant's really nice. I would recommend it. I think that that's a great place for breakfast. I saw apparently Epic Universe has 2 places that are open for breakfast and doing breakfast type meals. I would say though, get the actual breakfast items for breakfast. The crepe is more of a dessert, and you know, while obviously it's kind of awkward to be like, yeah, you know, I want to have this dessert item, but also I don't want to come back in the middle of the day to have it if I'm having breakfast here, but you can't just come back in the middle of the day and have a snack, you know, that's not really a big deal. You know, you don't have to, like, get precious about it, like I did, honestly. Like, that'd be, like, the one thing I would say is, like, yeah, I probably should have just gotten the crepe for breakfast. Breakfast items for breakfast just make sense to me. Fuck. We lost it, but hey, Chard is asking for an instant refresh. Here we go. 2 keys there. Yes, I was thinking that. We have to kill both of them. Okay. I was planning on it. I'll say, like, the French part of the land is really well themed. It is a great looking land for what it's worth, and I think it's kind of funny considering that, like, you know, it was themed after Fantastic Beasts 2, which is famously a great big flop that no one liked. Which I think goes to show that you can make a theme park land out of even things that aren't especially good if you put in the effort, if you put in the work, you know, and like do a better job than the goddamn original, which I think the Ministry area does. Hello, Dino Puppet. Ah, god damn it! There's a show. The show is located in this tent, and they do a good job, I think. You know how sometimes there's the facade, and the ride actually takes place in a giant building behind the facade? This is sort of like that, where it's like there's a medium-sized tent, and then inside it's supposed to look like that tent is just larger on the inside, which is a cool illusion, and sort of goes with the theme of, like, you know, magic and crap. I thought the show was alright. It was kind of cool how, like, the actors, you know, did, like, stuff with a wand, and then stuff in the, like, props and stuff were rigged up to move as they were doing wand stuff. I thought that was cool. There was, like, dancing girls, a bubble wizard, and some acrobatics. And then eventually, sort of, you know, got a Fantastic Beast-style story, which was impressive and well done, and, you know, pretty good. The Harry Potter land, it's solid. Solid-ass land. If I had to say, like, bad things about it, I'd say, like, yeah, you know, it does kind of have just one attraction. You know, originally it was supposed to have 2, but it ended up just with Ministry, and also a show which, you know, you're gonna see, like, once. You're gonna see it, like, once, you know, maximum. Maybe in your life. You know, you're not gonna see it every time you come. Ah, damn it! I'm forgetting about that goddamn snake block. A compilation of these snake blocks deaths would be hilarious. We'll see. Possible. That's a possible short if I ever did hear one. I agree. I just don't know, like, I'm oftentimes talking about some other bullshit right before I fall to my death. How's that gonna play? I don't know. I'm gonna remember this time. See? I remembered. I want that sword. It really needs a second attraction. And as far as I know, there's no, you know, people are talking about, like, oh, you know, monsters will probably expand, right? They're talking about that. They're talking about how, like, oh, you know, maybe Luigi's Mansion will get a ride. I don't think I've seen anyone talking about expansions to the Wizarding World area, and I think really, I think of all the areas, Wizarding World needs it the most, needs a second attraction, and it does have, like, a dead-end area that totally is set up where there should be, and will be, I'm sure, another attraction soon enough. You know, maybe, like, 5 years. I don't know how long, what kind of time scale they're thinking about as far as, like, you know, expanding out the offering. But, like, yeah, you know, I think of the worlds, if I were to rank the 5 lands at Epic Universe, I do think Ministry and Magic is the weakest one, just because it's the most lacking. You know, it just has the one ride and that's it. It needs a second attraction, and it needs it very badly. That said, you know, hey, you want to get on that first attraction that they have, because it gets busy as hell. And, you know. Oh, fuck, I totally... Oh, my God! Ah! I was hoping that the bomb would kill the guys. I'm optimistic, I guess. was no saving that. There was no sword for me to get that could, save me. So yeah, that's Ministry of Magic. It's I think really well done, and it says a lot, I think, that it's the worst land. You know, it's really good. Its only problem is it just lacks the variety offering-wise that like the other lands offer. It only has one ride, and it really needs a second one. But you know, for being dealt a shit hand, for like being a land based off a flop movie franchise, which by the way failed so hard, so badly, you know, they're not even doing it anymore. They canceled it years ago. I'm kind of surprised Newt Scamander was even mentioned in this land. You know, they call it Ministry of Magic because they know, like, yeah, Fantastic Beastland just sounds like, you know, you definitely get the impression of, like, yeah, I guess this is the Fantastic Beastland, but could it just be another Harry Potter land, please? You know? And it basically is. I think it goes to show that you can make, you know, I feel like the thing about Ministry is that I think that this, one can point at this and say, like, I don't want to hear anyone say anything about, like, oh, this property isn't good enough for a land. It's like, no. If I say Metroid should get a land, I don't want to be met with, like, I don't know about that. Is Metroid popular enough? Fantastic Beasts has a land. Think about how cool it would be. You know, the moody atmosphere, the space business, you know, you get a roller coaster based on Ridley with, like, the Ridley action movie music going. Think about how cool that would be. If they did it right, you know, I think a Metroid land would be just as good as a Fantastic Beast land, which is to say, yeah, I don't know how marketable it would be. Damn it. This might be GG, yeah. I don't know how marketable it would be, but I think it'd be cool. Honestly, like, any number of... I've seen people say that of Zelda, actually. I guess maybe I would have to guess people who don't know about video games. But, like, man, Zelda is, like... No, Zelda will get a land. Pokemon will get a land. It's just a question of, like, will Kirby get a land? Or a ride, or a restaurant, or something? You know, that's the real question. The down-ticket franchises of Nintendo, or whatever. Yeah, this is GG. There are Kirby cafes, but not at Epic, not at Universal. That's just it's in Japan in general. There are a couple Kirby cafes, like at the Sky Tree. I actually saw it when I was in Japan last time. The Kirby cafe. It's just a standalone cafe. No, we had 2 lives left, but it was close. We had 2 lives. Yeah, Mario. There's a Yoshi as well. May have to edit that level. Gotcha, Chard. Good crap. Good crap, everyone. Let's go. I'm hitting complete. And I do believe Barnstormer is up. Barnstormer, go ahead and confirm for me. Meanwhile, it is time to start talking about the Isle of Berk, the How to Train Your Dragon land. Barnstormer gives an emoji going like this. Perfect. That's good confirmation. Isle of Berk is the How to Train Your Dragon land, and I think, personally speaking, I know that there's no clear format to this, whether I say at the start how I feel about these lands or at the end, but I think it's the second strongest land after Celestial Park. It is a beautiful land, with dragons. Dragons is the main theme. There's animatronic dragons everywhere, as well as some very colorful, like colorful and wacky buildings. One might wonder if it fits, to give How to Train Your Dragon a whole land, considering it is just some, minor franchise, minor movie franchise. But, about as big as Shrek is, and Shrek doesn't have a land, but I do think, just in terms of the creativity they've been able to bring to this land, it absolutely is justified and valuable and very, very cool and very, very beautiful. Full of cool restaurants and things of that nature, some beautiful sights, and dragons. Look at that water. I really love the water in this, as well as the theming. There's like some cool water fountains and stuff. Good restaurants. And of course, the ride, Hiccup Wing Gliders. And I'll say, I think Hiccup's Wing Gliders is my second favorite attraction at the park after Stardust Racers. It is sort of like the two of them. Yeah. The two of them are very much like a Velocicoaster Hagrid's type 1-2 punch. With Hiccup's Wing Gliders basically being like the Hagrid. It's a family coaster with a couple of launches and some really cool, like, fun, fast, low to the ground type bullshit. And also, one thing that I really love about it, which is, has one up on Hagrid's in this respect, it goes through the actual park. So, you can get some good photos of it, like, going under bridges, out into some areas, like, on the other side of the bridge, and, just zooming all over with that, as it do. I will say, though, the line for it is mercilessly long and mostly outside. I did find, like, on day 2 where I didn't have Express, that line was miserable. And apparently they don't have they don't have a single rider for it yet. So, there's no getting around it at this moment. Or, man, maybe not ever, sadly. So you just have to wait in a mercilessly long line, mostly outside with some amount of shade, but really, that's kind of unfortunate. But the ride is great, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it's just like, the second time I rode it, after waiting for like an hour it felt like an hour and a half, probably more like an hour. After that long wait, I was very much like, you know what? This is on the tier of a Hagrid's. This is an S tier attraction. This isn't an A+ or nothing. While I do think... Damn it. I do think I prefer Stardust. Obviously, it's a second favorite. I do think that, like, ooh, Jesus. Oh, crap. I do think that Hiccup's Wing Gliders is an excellent standout attraction and definitely worth riding, as at least once. Oh, I see. Land on this. Okay. I didn't realize, like, how that was supposed to work. I'll say also, remember, we do have an instant refresh for everyone today. And, of course, Twitch subs will have an additional, Dang it! I'm realizing there's some guys I'm supposed to be landing on, and I will try to land on them. We might need that refresh. We might. Not count our chickens before they hatch. Shit! Yeah. Use the, remember, it's a channel point thing on the Twitch side to do the refresh. My water's running low. Free instant refresh coming right up. There we go. I think we got it, though. What? Huh? Huh? What? What the fuck? What was that? I was gonna say, like, I think we got this, pretty much locked down. I don't know. But, I'm just gonna try barreling ahead, and if we run into that again and don't know what doesn't... Oh! Were we supposed to, like... land on the shell or something? You do need to grab the 30 coin for it to line up. What 30 coin? Did I... That 30 coin. Oh, fuck. Maybe that 30 coin? Unclear. Yeah, this is good. This is a great level. Barnstormer makes good stuff. Oh, there we go. Okay, so... somehow... it was moving too fast. The shell. First time. I will say, Hiccup's Wing Gliders does have a part where it goes backwards, does have a part where the show's scene. These parts are cool. I feel like I don't need to explain them. Y'all could just ride the ride and see what's up with them, you know, yourself. And, you know, it's kind of a cool little moment. I'll say that much. It's got some cool little moments. It's got good... Damn, what the hell? Maybe you do need to grab the coin to get the shell to move at the right speed. It's so weird. I guess because you're not, like, hitting it while you're, on the ground. Dang it! That... How far were we? Were we almost to a checkpoint? Wow. Cool level, but unfortunately, we ran out of lives after the refresh. Dang. Thank you for the level. Would love to have another crack at that sometime, I'll say. Again, you know, as I say always, just because a level is not completed lightning round style doesn't mean that it can't come back another day. Or even the same day. You know, up to y'all. Do whatever you think. About halfway, maybe? Love another crack at it, but it's up to you, of course. If you want me to play a different one, you know, that's cool as well. Let me, Next up is Zombie Overlord, who has been chatting. Said interesting level of the last one. Perfect, cool. Went on Fire Drill, which I thought was really good. It's basically a water ride and also a shooting ride where you have like these water guns and you shoot like targets on like little dragons and fires, and it's sort of like a training, like a firefighter's training game, and it's kind of cool. And also has a good gimmick where there's certain targets that don't give you points or whatever, but instead cause certain things to go off in the environment to spray you with water. So it's kind of fun. You can go for those intentionally if you want to like get wet, or you can avoid them, you know, and if you want to like, you know, stay dry or whatever the case may be, which I think adds a nice element. I'll say of I think of the target shooting rides that Universal has done, I think that's the best one. I think they did a great job with it. And you know, I'll say that's a low bar. I don't really like most of the other target shooting rides that Universal has. Like, they're not great. So, you know, don't take that to mean like, oh, it's as good as Toy Story Mania. No, it's not as good as Toy Story Mania, but it's the best Universal has done, which I think makes it better than what some people are saying. It's worth riding, especially if it's fucking hot. Do the super world. You got it, boss. Excellent. Let me get some heads up. Ooh, hey. Sonic, or Shadow and Eggman. Sonic the Hedgehog themed heads. Let's go. I will say I did have the cone. The PB&J cone that is pork. Pork, bacon, jam, and there's mac and cheese in it. It's basically a garlic bread. It's kind of like a garlic bread bun, kind of, in like conical form. It was very tasty, though definitely when I was having it, it was very much has a strong barbecue sauce flavor. Like, you know, all the pork tastes very strongly of barbecue sauce, which I'll be honest isn't my favorite flavor, so it was a little distracting. But it was also very tasty and very interesting. It made me go like, yeah. I enjoyed eating it, and I probably wouldn't eat it again. Like, you know, well, I say that. You know, once a trip is more than enough for it, I'd say. You know, it definitely wasn't the kind of thing where I had it and I was like, oh, I want to have this all the time. It was like, no, this is a neat thing. Ooh, this is kind of good. And, you know, if you like barbecue sauce and aren't really weird about it like I am, you might really love this. And, you know, it is the most popular thing that they have food-wise at Epic Universe. But I'll say, like, it was not my favorite meal of the trip. It was really good, though. And I would recommend people check it out if they are there. That's something everyone should try. And if you mobile order it at the Spitfire whatever, there's like the Grog and Gruel, and there's the other one. I forget what the name is, but you want to mobile order it so you don't have to wait in line. If that makes sense. I also saw the show, which was nice. The show was good. I think the other show was better. The Ministry show. That said, they did have some really cool, The Untrainable Dragon is the name of the show, and they had some really big dragon animatronics that were, like, really large and impressive, and everyone sang and danced, and there was some cool fog effects that, were cool. Let's play the level. That's illegal? Yeah, it is. I do think that, in general, every time that Epic Universe tries something weird and funky, you can't get hurt in this one. Okay. I don't know what we're supposed to do here, because we can't get hurt, but I don't see... Oh, God! Okay, that's beautiful. I figured it out. Is this one where it's impossible to die? Or no, definitely not. These guys can absolutely kill me. But it does give some of those vibes. Some of those vibes. Damn it! Very cool, very cool. I also went on the sit and spin, whatever it's called, the Dragon Race Rally Ride, where you get into these, like, little chairs, and there's these wings that you can sort of make go up and down, and it's possible to make it so that they spin and go upside down. And I don't know how you did that, but I just went like this. I just went like up, down, up, down, up, down. And you try to like lean into it. And I was able to make it go like horizontal, where I was like, you know, mostly on my side. Like all the way on my side, like 90 degrees on my side. Which was pretty cool. I think that ride is okay. Eh? That's weird. I guess the other head needs to be the on-off needs to be the other way. I think that's okay. And, you know, I feel like that is one of the rides where... you can skip it if you don't have time or otherwise don't care. I'll say, even though I had Express on the first day, I did not ride it that day because, you know, even though I had time, it's a flat ride, and I just generally, I'll be honest, I don't think about flat rides. You know, I kind of feel like, I was definitely, like, thinking, should I ride it? And the thing was, on the second day, I just totally had time to ride it. I had plenty of time to go on and do the thing. And I thought about the scene of Breaking Bad where like, Walter White says, like, Skylar, it's charity. And I feel like the same way, but about flat rides. Like, it's a flat ride. But it was fine. It was fine. Flat ride or no. Generally, though, yeah, no, I'm not thinking about flat rides, ever. I don't care for them, and, you know, tend not to ride them. If I stand here, is this cheese? Oh, well, maybe, but it's like really bad cheese, where you definitely can get pooped on, by chain chomps. So no, that's not cheese. Because it's ineffective. It doesn't work. What's the clear rate on this one? Oh, this was Super World. This was Super World, right? Yeah. We're good on the bonus heads being there. That is fine and good. Beautiful. Okay. Trying to make sure that we're, like, sticking to the rules and stuff, how this, all works. Remember, we do have a complimentary instant refresh for those who, can redeem it. I don't know where I'm going with that. Jeez. Dang, that's tough. That's a really tough thing right there. Continue having thoughts on this real fast before we get into this. I had time at the end of the last day before night fell. Before night fell. So I went and saw the meet and greet for the toothless animatronic, which was a very nice animatronic. I'll say though, generally I was more impressed by the sunsets that I saw, like, waiting in line than I was for the, you know, mechanical dragon. But it is a cool mechanical dragon. You can do the gimmick, you know, where you do the... You know, you put your hand out and you go like, I'm not looking, but you can nuzzle my hand if you love me. You know, you can do that whole gimmick. And, it sure is something. Lovely land. Looks beautiful at night as well. Just, really nice shit. Yeah, again, I think that Isle of Berk is a damn solid land and has a damn solid collection of quality rides. You know, every ride there was at least good. And it had 3 of them. And one of them is one of my favorites of the whole park, so, you know, add on to that it has a really unique food item that's really good and worth trying. Add on to that you know, it's beautiful and well-themed. It has a show that's worth seeing at least once. Isle of Berk is a huge success. I would say that it is, again, the second... God damn it. Second best land at Epic Universe. Any other thoughts about Isle of Berk before we talk about the next land? Instant refresh. I still have 1 life left. But, let's see. I will, absolutely... We will absolutely do that instant refresh. Should I die here and now? Let's see what happens. I guess it is worth noting that there's no, like, if we don't need it, we'll try to remember that, you didn't use it. Fuck! Okay, you're right, yeah. I know you're gonna die! That's true. Okay. By the way, on your level, you don't think it'll be cleared? That's a vote of confidence there. Hey, let's talk about real fast, while we are Link and not Mario. Let's, next land. Let's talk about Nintendo World, which is mostly Mario and Donkey Kong, for what it's worth. Mostly those two. Yeah, let's start on the next one, again, in the middle of a level. That's fine. Mario World is the same as the other Mario Worlds. You enter a pipe with an escalator, which they don't have in Japan, by the way, but I hear they do have in Hollywood. And then you're just treated to a lovely view of, you know, a bunch of Mario stuff. It's bright, it's colorful, it's very well decorated and detailed, and it's just very nice to look at. Also, there's some Pikmin hidden in the corner. This is the right time to throw Pikmin at me if anyone's keeping count. I was looking at those guys, and below on the ground below them, there's some glasses, and I can't help but think, like, oh man, how many Pokos is that worth? How many Pokos do you think those are worth? They're going for it. They want them real bad. You know, Pikmin 2 style. Were there Pokos and treasure in Pikmin 4? What was the thing of Pikmin 4 was another game about getting money, wasn't it? God, I don't remember. Yeah, it was like money and treasure or something. It was the same. Game Boy Advance was like the first item you got in Pikmin 4. That was cool. I like getting Game Boy Advances and things of those nature in Pikmin games. They should do that again for 5. Honestly. More treasure. Lovely, lovely place. We'll talk about the first ride. You know, after some attempts and stuff. Generally, I think that, you know, I'll say I've been to the Universal Studios Japan, and I saw, you know, pretty much everything that's at the Mario parts of the land before, you know, when I was there in, last year. They didn't have the Donkey Kong area open at that time, so I wasn't able to, like, I wasn't able to see Donkey Kong back then, so that's... Fuck. So, like, all that stuff is all new, but the main 2 rides in the Mario part of the land, I've been there, been there, done that, you know? I've definitely seen them, and basically my opinions on them haven't changed. I will say, though, for Mario Kart, the line actually did have some... The line was pretty different. Like, the rooms and the decorations in it, way different from what I remember of the Japanese version. And also, there's, like, this room where they lock you in them and they play a video, which is kind of a pre-show, but also is very much the least pre-show I've ever seen. There's no sound, there's no dialogue, it's all just pictures and, like, illustrations, and, like, very easy to miss. It's like... It's like a pre-show, but they forgot the pre-show. Basically, Mario Kart is a ride where you ride in a cart and you put on these, like, VR goggles that superimpose other carts, and you sort of have to look at the other carts and hit a button to fire, like, projectiles at them. So it's kind of a shooting gallery game, kind of a shooting gallery ride, and kind of a dark ride. But I do think, personally speaking, it is the kind of ride that I would not ride if I didn't have Express. Not that it's, like, super bad or nothing, just that Mario Kart gets one of the longest rides in the park, or one of the longest lines in the park, and I don't think it's that good, honestly. I would not wait in a hour-long line to ride it, let alone a 2-hour line. And I would recommend, I don't know, getting Express or something, if you want to ride it. Definitely, I'll say, like, it is the kind of ride where, you know, I mentioned I was there for 2 days, right? The second day, skipped it. Skipped Mario Kart, skipped Yoshi. And I think that is the correct decision for, I honestly think that's the correct decision. Like, definitely ride it once during your trip. You know, wait in the line, get Express, whatever. But, like, you don't need to ride it multiple times. It's alright. You know, you aim at stuff. I think the best parts of it are the practical effects that they do that are kind of a little bit obscured by the VR. Like, it's actually it's actually kind of a dark ride in there. Like, there's like, you know, physical sets and crap. You know what I mean? Like, they actually have a little Rainbow Road area, a little, like, area modeled after the sky, cloud vine level in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like, they got some cool parts of there, and you just kinda have to focus on, you know, a bunch of, like, guys in your glasses running around going like, aha, I bet you can't shoot me with a shell. Oh no, you shot me with a shell. I would say that I prefer the other shooting ride in Berk, the water ride, to it. It's not bad, though. It's definitely better than all the previous shooting rides that Universal has had. I like it better than Men in Black. I like it better than, what's it called? Villains Con. We'll talk about Villains Con later. Ooh, that's a stinky ride. Ooh. But yeah, my opinion on it is not different from what it was. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Has not changed since, has not changed since Japan. And so too has my opinion not changed on Yoshi's, which I'll say has a really cute line with a bunch of Yoshi's Island theming in it, and it's basically just a people mover. You get in, and there is one gimmick where there's some buttons you can press, and when you see the matching egg, you're supposed to push the button, and the ride will be like, yay, you did it! It's very much a ride for little, very little kids. And even then, and you know, I'll say, like, you get some really nice views of some animatronics and other things real close up, as well as a view of the overall Mario area. But I think, especially in Orlando, where it's hot as hell, you are just sitting in the sun and getting baked, you know, by the Orlando sun. And I think that, for me, makes it worse than the Japan version of that ride, which probably is not a ride you want to ride every time, even then, so, like, ugh. I would not recommend Yoshi's. You know, Yoshi's is one where I'd say, like, yeah, you shouldn't ride it unless you have Express. The line can be pretty long, and that line is not worth waiting in. If you have Express, why not? It's basically a walk-on. But if you don't, you know, there are so many better things you should be doing with your time. You know? Oh, I think we did it. I think we got it. This feels like cheese, but it's working. But it's working. We so got it. We so fucking got this. We just need to be able to get into this door once the... Okay. Yes, okay, we got into the door! What am I looking at? Oh, we need to, like, hurry. I'm gonna reset the room. Reset the room, reset the muck. I feel like if I didn't, the lava would, be a problem. Oh, the lava doesn't get high enough to actually trouble you. Okay, great. Beautiful, beautiful. Good. What the fuck?! We did so good. We were doing so good, I don't know what happened there! I don't know what happened there! I'm pretty sure I needed to grab that, but yeah. I died in a horrible, horrible fashion. Yeah, that's probably a YouTube short in the making. You are correct. 06i. I just have to capture, like, the progression of, like, oh, I think I got this. It'd be even better if I could capture, like, how many goddamn attempts it took to get to that point. Poison killed you? Was it the poison? Okay, I'm gonna stand right here, and I'm just gonna sword repeatedly. We have one try. Hopefully this is, as safe as it looks. Okay, I think this cheese is effective. I think we're good. I think this works every time. Wonderful. I'll say Nintendo area is cool. It does have some cool interactable stuff, and it is very cool to look at, generally. And I'll say I went to the Toad's restaurant in Japan, and I quite liked it. I liked the spaghetti they had there. I don't know it's like up to the level of the other things you can eat at Epic Universe. I definitely heard people saying like, oh, you know, they don't know if the Nintendo area is really where you want to eat. And certainly that was the case for me, where, you know, I didn't eat there. I ate at the other places. But I do think there's really nothing wrong with it, and, you know, obviously, we're about to talk about it. The other part of, the land. Let's pay attention here. Let's be good. Let's... Whew. Okay, so... Do I have to Thank you for the level, Zombie Overlord. Wow. Okay, I guess maybe you have to, like, sort it to get out of that thing out of the gap. Yeah, I don't know how exactly you're supposed to get that power up. I'm guessing you have to sort it. Let's look at the tape. Yeah, if we're like right kind of under there, we're screwed. Should we have just done some bomb bullshit? Maybe we should have done some bomb bullshit rather than trying for the power up. That would let us break those blocks. The power up. But I don't know what else it would do. You know, I don't know how else it leads to us getting to the end. It's fine. It's good. Hey. Thank you for the level, Zombie Overlord. Let me go ahead and hit this miss and bring up the next level. Trust me, you need it. Okay. Probably need to sort it. You feel free to get back in there and we can have another crack at that. And I think like next time we won't even have to, you know, we'll get right to the good stuff. I mean, you know, we'll get right to the end. I think I got it locked down now. But up to you whether you want to get back in there or not. It'd be bit until you're back up, obviously, but, you know. Rock Party is up. Go ahead and, maybe later you gotta go. That was funny. Excellent. Gotcha. Whatever you need to do. Hello, the Diego Movies. What's up, what's up? Go ahead and hit next so that Rock Party can see. So, let's talk about Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country is a little mini land of Nintendo World where it's all Donkey Kong themed, and it's quite nice. There's some jungle stuff. There's a Funky Kong store, which I will say I did buy something from. I was there and I saw they had something called a cooling towel, and I was kind of hot, so I bought it. I have here a Donkey Kong Country cooling towel, whatever that is. I'll say, I think it was pretty effective. Basically, you wet it down and then you put it around your neck. And it's pretty okay if you don't have one of those, like, neck fans, which I really should get. I'm gonna get one of those neck fans. I kind of regret not having one of those neck fans for the trip, honestly. I think those neck fans are probably really good for a day at a theme park, actually. It seemed effective sometimes, less effective other times, and when it was not necessary, it was just a damp rag I had to carry around in my bag or whatever, which was weird. I'll say I did not take this to the park every day I went to the parks, but it was also convenient to, like, you know, after refilling my water, have something to, like, wipe down the sides, you know, if water got outside of the actual canister thing, and then, you know, it goes right around and it cools off my neck. All nice and good. But that was one of the pieces of merchandise I got from the parks. I also got a Jurassic Park hat later on. That's not important. How do you like the hat? I'll say of the Jurassic Park hat, I wish it was gray, and also it has, like, fake, like, fashionable damage on it. Like, it's supposed to look like an old hat. I feel like it would be better if it was in gray with a more vibrant version of the logo. I don't know why they don't... You know, that's like the classic look of the hat, isn't it? You know, you definitely see, like, gray Jurassic Park t-shirts. Like, that is just the standard color for this sort of merch, I feel like. Also, black kind of absorbs heat. So not great for like, Orlando sun. Kind of thinking about getting a gray version of that, just like, you know, not officially, like from Amazon or whatever. They exist on Amazon. I could just get them from Amazon. That hat, I don't know. I saw Rambi. There's the minecart ride, which was beautiful. And I'll say, because I had an express pass, I was able to get right on it. You know, because on the first day I was there, Ministry broke down while I was on it. I had a ticket to ride any ride without waiting in line, or get into the express lane, rather. And including on this ride that doesn't have express. So basically I was able to walk through the express line with no one in it and just marvel at, like, the 90-minute line I was skipping, which felt extremely luxurious. And, you know, I got to see the pre-show. Later on, the second day I waited in the line, and it was a long line with a lot of outside and a lot of inside and some, you know, some nice decoration, but, yeah, real nice. If you don't know the gimmick of Minecart Madness, basically it is a minecart ride, and they basically have, like, real track and fake track, and it kind of looks like you're on the real track or on the fake track. You know, like, it's like minecart track, but it really is hanging off an arm that is, you know, on the real track somewhere below. And that makes it so that it can do things like make the track go away, and it makes it look like you're jumping or something. And it's pretty cool. Though I will say, like, the illusion could be a little more convincing, and also oftentimes when there is a gap, it's not like it's, you know, tied with an airtime hill or something. It doesn't really feel like you're jumping so much as it is just like, you know, in like Roller Coaster Tycoon, you can sometimes use cheat codes to make the track invisible or something. Feels like that more than anything. Feels like a real life version of that, which is impressive, but not quite a jump. You know what I mean? That said, it is a very fun ride. I think that it is a little bit short, as people have been saying, especially when you wait 90 minutes for it. But since the first time I rode it, it was like because I had that special cheat the line thing, it was practically a walk-on for me. I was able to get on it without that sort of like built-up expectation, and I was just able to enjoy the ride, and I think it's a good ride. It's fun. It has some good like moments where it looks like you're going off a cliff or whatever, going off the track, and it's fast-paced and really like it's fast-paced and goes through beautiful areas and cool water effects, and yeah, I really like it. I wish it was longer, and I wish the jumps were more jumpy. And honestly, like, it's kind of funny that, like, Tiki Tong is the enemy, is, like, the villain of that, considering, like, that's kind of way out of date now. Like, oh no, now we live in a different era of Donkey Kong. It's kind of funny that that whole land opened after Bonanza was revealed, considering that, like, it was built based on pre-Bonanza information, I'm fond of it. I like it. It's a good illusion, and it's a beautiful ride. A little short, but I think a lot of fun. And the land is very pretty and beautiful as well, though it is a little small, There is this gimmick where you can find, like, the K, O, and G letters, but really, they're all, like, 20 seconds away from each other. So it's not that hard to find. And also, the whole land looks great at night. Real great at night. Look at that minecart at night. Isn't that nice? Let's do this level. Nintendo World is great. I think it is maybe the second weakest land overall because, honestly, I think the Mario and Yoshi rides are kind of duds in my eyes. Very skippable rides that have lines that are way too long for what they are, Like, honestly, they're not that bad. It's just that their lines are way too long for their quality level, for me to justify going on them and waiting for them. But they are very pretty land. It is a very pretty land. It is very fun to be at, and definitely, like, the first time you're in the Mario Land is like, holy shit. The first time you see the Donkey Kong Land, it's like, wow. We're here. The music is great in the Mario Land, and it's, it's the song that you like in Donkey Kong Land as well. I'll say, I feel like Donkey Kong Land, because there's the gimmick of the drums and where you summon Rambi, I feel like they have it just so there's one real song, and that's DK Island Swing, which is a great song, but it's like, oh man, there's like dozens of really good songs that could be playing here. Like, people who don't know Donkey Kong don't know, but like, yeah, DK Island Swing is fucking great, but there's tons of fucking great music in Donkey Kong Country. Like, y'all, please understand, like, we got this. Yeah, let's go. You're gonna do a refresh? Well, hold your horses. We first have to run out of lives. We haven't done that yet. Any other thoughts about Nintendo Land? I'm perhaps, like, most looking forward to seeing where it goes, honestly. Like, I feel like Nintendo Land is just a land that has so much untapped potential, Like, obviously, Zelda and Pokemon are not represented yet, and obviously, they will be. Probably at the other two parks, which leaves the question of, like, what are they gonna put at Epic Universe in the expansion pad right next to Nintendo? My hope is, the rumor is Luigi's Mansion. My thing would be, like, I think you just do a grab bag area. It's just, like, all the space all the sci-fi franchises. You know, you have like a Metroid ride. You have like an F-Zero screen ride. You know, like a Metroid roller coaster, a F-Zero. Actually, you know what? Star Fox. You go with Star Fox. A Star Fox screen ride. Jimmy Fallon, but Star Fox is basically my pitch on for them. You do that. You have like an F-Zero restaurant. I don't know. Kirby. You add like a Kirby flat ride. Kirby's like a space fella. I think Kirby would make sense in that corner of the park. I feel like that would be the best way to get in a bunch of Nintendo franchises represented, and personally, that's what I would ask for. It's just like, yeah, we got Mario, we got Donkey Kong. You know, we don't need more of either. That said, I will say, I was saying on Discord, here's my new pitch. I've said before, you know, I've had some ride ideas for Nintendo World in the past, right? I've had some ideas for Nintendo World in the past. One in particular has been Pokemon Snap Ride. You do a Pokemon Snap Ride where you can actually print the photos. Rock Party, it's a channel point thing. Activate that so that I know that it's redeemed. But go ahead and do it. Rock Party is going to refresh. Pokemon Snap Ride is my first idea for a ride. Let me tell you my other idea. You do a WarioWare Toy Story Mania type ride, where it's just like a bunch of little micro games, and you have like a gun or something through which you do the micro games with, and you just go wall to wall to wall like in Toy Story Mania. But it's like a half dozen little micro games, or like a dozen little micro games. It's a channel point thing, Rock Party. Channel point. I got you. Here we go. I'll do the refresh now, and you can just make sure that make sure to redeem that, Rock Party, once you're good for it. I think a WarioWare Toy Story Mania would be great. The only problem is that they're not great at that kind of attraction, and you know, I say I want a WarioWare Toy Story Mania. I don't want a WarioWare Villains Con. That would be the worst possible. That'd be terrible. But WarioWare Toy Story Mania, that'd be something. They just gotta, you know, figure out the technology and get it fucking right. Hopefully Nintendo would, like, you know, hold them to a quality level and make it so that they couldn't just do it badly. I don't know. I think that'd be a great choice. That said, my vote is still probably for a Metroid ride. Man, just think about how cool the queue would be on a Metroid ride. It'd be like moody, atmospheric. You get like the slow do-do-do, you know, that sort of music going in the queue. And then when you get on, it'd be like rock and roll. It'd be like Ridley's boss music. And it'd just be like the most intense shit. Like, my vote for the, that'd be my vote for like the second thrill coaster at Epic Universe. Just like a Ridley ride that's just like the second coming of Hulk. You know, like Hulk, but with lap restraints, is basically my pitch for what the Ridley coaster should be. A lot of inversions. Go heavy on inversions. Feels like, you know, I think there's one inversion in Epic Universe. So a ride with like 4 or 5 inversions, I think would be pretty cool. I think Nintendo World is great, and, you know, it's definitely worth seeing. If you're a Donkey Kong fan, you'll like the Donkey Kong area. It is very cool. I didn't see, Donkey Kong. I didn't see, like, a person in a Donkey Kong suit during my trip. I was kind of bummed out by that. Not really. I edited a... You ever pull up a meme and make a quick meme and post it to a Discord or two? I did that. You know the scene? And I'm ruining it by explaining it this way. I don't have it on a button that I can just pull up. You know that scene where the guy says, I would have liked to have seen Montana? I did an edit of that where it said, like, I would have liked to have seen Donkey Kong. And I thought that was kind of funny. Thank you, Rock Party. We weren't able to do it. What else is new? We've been trying at that level for a long time now. Go fucking figure. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And, 06I is up next. Let's go ahead and do it. Also, by the way, last land at Epic Universe. Let's talk about Dark Universe. It's Universal Monsters, the Universal Monsters land. I'll say this is the one where I have the least photos of, honestly. It's a spooky land. It's spooky and well-themed. It's, you know, maybe loses a little bit of the effect in the daytime, but iPhone cameras aren't really good enough to capture it at night, so, you know, you get what you can get. Fortunately, the whole trip, some parts of the trip, it was a little bit overcast, so it still looks cool. Yeah, the clouds in the photo look nice, yeah. There's this cool, like, burning windmill, which was very cool to look at and wait for. And also the Frankenstein ride, which is very cool and, you know, has a spooky haunted queue situation. It's another Kuka Arms ride, similar to Forbidden Journey at Islands of Adventure, where it's basically a little chair on a robot arm that sort of swings you around and looks at stuff. And like Forbidden Journey, it is a really good dark ride. In fact, I'd say it's great. I think it is a lot better insofar as, like, it tells a coherent story, unlike Forbidden Journey, which is sort of just like, hey, you're just going around Hogwarts and stuff is happening, you know? And also, like, it kind of tells the story by, like, pointing you and looking at stuff. Like, I'll give one example, one early example in the ride where, like, picture, like, the plot of the ride is that the Lady Frankenstein, you know, who's, like, Frankenstein's, the original Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein's, like, daughter, or, like, granddaughter, and she's, like, trying to enslave, you know, or, you know, she's trying to enthrall, let's use the word enthrall, it's nicer. She is trying to ensnare and assert control over all the monsters, including Dracula, and it's sort of a back and forth between Dracula as a result. And there's some cool stuff like, early in the attraction, there's a bit where she, like, throws a lever and then, like, power courses through a bunch of conduits, you know, as like, you know, it's science and whatever. And sort of the Kuka arm sort of, like, swings you around and follows the electricity to, like, you know, the weird nodes where it's like, you know, powering some weird machine. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's using the ride experience to sort of tell the story by sort of focusing your attention at the thing that is going somewhere, you know? It's sort of kinetic in that way, I don't know. The first time I wrote it, I said, like, yeah, it's kind of an iterative improvement on Forbidden Journey. But the second time, I feel like I was able to appreciate more, like, okay, it is telling a much more coherent story. It is, you know, very much more impressive as far as, like, the animatronics and stuff look a lot more realistic, and well as, like, the mix of, like, screens and not screens. It is a very impressive dark ride and a good time, and honestly, the line on it is very short a lot of the time, so it's worth riding, and, you know, single rider, you might be able to just walk on oftentimes, so, you know, in my trip, I was definitely, like, not re-riding a lot of rides, you know, not, like, going, like, oh, I need to ride that, like, 12 times, except for Stardust, you know, which, you know, has the 2 tracks, so you kind of want to re-ride it, like, multiple times to see both sides of it. Ooh, Mega Man, nice. So I wasn't like, you know, going on it and then going like, ooh, it's free, so I'll go on it again and again and again, but it was good. I think it is as good as Ministry, I'll say that. And a lot better than, you know, Forbidden Journey. I think that, that ride kind of makes Forbidden Journey feel a little bit dated, because it's just so much better. And I'll say, like, Forbidden Journey, I think for ages for me has been like, yeah, that's like one of the A+ attractions at Islands. I think it kind of has taken a hit since, you know, there's so much better of a ride, a better version of it at Epic Universe now, and that, you know, that says something. That's meaningful for me, you know. I do think if you're riding, like, you know, Monsters, then you go try to get on Forbidden Journey, you're gonna be like, ooh, this is the same technology, but it's not quite hitting as hard. You know, it's like why one might find Remy at Disney a little bit disappointing after Rise of the Resistance, you know. Same technology, same ride type, but, you know, it kind of just isn't as impressive, even though it is clearly, like, you know, doing a lot of the same things and doing them, you know, nearly as well. I also went on Curse of the Mummy, which, by the way, you may become a wolf. That's a little bit of a, you know, a occupational hazard for being a wolf man. Did I say mummy? I meant wolf man. Curse of the Werewolf, or it's a Wolfman ride, and it is a Mack Extreme Spinner, except sort of a family version of it. I was kind of really excited for this ride, considering that, like, Time Traveler at you know, Silver Dollar City uses the same ride vehicle and stuff. Basically, it's a spinning ride with launches, and in Time Traveler's case, inversions. This doesn't have inversions, and it's a little bit short besides, which I think is unfortunate, but, you know, I get the impression that they sort of just had an extra plot of land for it, and, you know, they put it there. They kind of had an extra plot of land for it, and, you know, squeezed it in. You want to do an instant refresh? Nice, okay. We will. Provided we run out. We're not out yet, 06i. But if, you know, we do get through this, I'll, we'll see who to pass this on to, or wait until your next submission. Up to you. We'll see. I feel like that might be a little premature. We're doing pretty alright. Curse of the Werewolf is really good. I really enjoyed it. It helped that I had Express, and the second time I went to ride it, like I said earlier, it had a really long line. Like, the first night, the line didn't get that long until late. But the second time I was there at Epic Universe, it was pretty long all day, and then really long at night. To where I went over there and I asked, like, oh, hey, how's the line? And they were like, 80 minutes. And I was like, oh, how's single rider? It's to capacity. And I was like, oh. And I'll say I was doing Epic Universe alone. I didn't travel with family. I was literally, like, doing single rider as much as possible. I'll say single rider at the old parks, goddamn godsend. Gets you through so many lines. It can be variable at Epic Universe, though. You know, this single rider was to capacity. The guy said to me, like, are you traveling alone? And I said, yeah. And he said, like, you know what, I got you. Go into the express lane. I'll ring you up. 1 second. Here you go. And apparently that's just something they can do if they like you. They can just say, like, yeah, go. Go, have fun. Express for you. They could just comp you one, which was just super cool, and it was my lucky day. That guy was like, it's your lucky day, let's go. It was my lucky day, apparently. But anyway, I thought that the ride was great. I don't think it's as good as Time Traveler. I feel like, you know, Time Traveler has some unique elements that are remarkable. This does have some unique elements, like it has a swing launch where it's, you know, basically a swing launch is where you go over a hill, but you don't have enough momentum to go over it, so you sort of slide back, and then you get relaunched a second time to get enough speed to go over the hill. And I feel like that's only there to add some length to the ride, since even with that swing launch, it is pretty short. But I'll say, like, if you get a really good ride on it, a really good, like, distribution, it can spin like a motherfucker. Like, the last time I was on, the second time I was on, not only was I lucky enough to get a free express pass, but also, they loaded me into the back, 1, and 2... Oh, damn, you were right. Instant refresh. We did need the instant refresh. Dang. Dang. 2, there was no one behind me. You know, they got these seats, right? With the 4 seats, 2 on one side and 2 on the other. They didn't seat anyone in the back seats, so our circular thing, our spinning cart was super unbalanced, so it spun like crazy, and it was like so intense. Like literally, I didn't know when the ride was over because when we got to the final brake run, we were spinning so fast the world was a blur, and that was just kind of delightful. It's really cool. I think it's great. It's a little short, like I said, but I think it is a damn good time, and you know, one of my favorites, I guess. I don't know. I feel like length for Donkey Kong and Werewolf. I'm not sure what word it uses for that. For both cases are Curse of the Wolf or something. In both rides, they are a little short, but I think they are novel and original and give you an experience you cannot get elsewhere in Orlando. You know, let alone at Universal. In Orlando overall, you cannot get an experience like Wolfman, like Donkey Kong, and I think that puts both of them over, in my view. Like, they are both great rides, even though they are a bit short. And also a little bit capacity starved. Like, definitely both of them get lines, and, you know, I'll say, I'm not sure if that is just because they're low capacity. You know, Donkey Kong, for instance, just has 4 seats in each cart, right? That also might just be because they're roller coasters, and roller coasters are popular. Like, Hiccup also gets a line. Stardust Racer's line was always pretty manageable, partially because, you know, it's got 2 tracks, it's got like six trains running at any time. Like, it is a people eater. It goes through people. You know, it has capacity to spare, which is really great because you won't have to wait super long to get on it. I just realized I didn't mention, when I first got to the park, they were not running Stardust Racers with 2 trains, with both tracks open at first. It was only like midday on the first day I was there that they started doing the dueling, which I thought was kind of weird, considering that the main appeal of that ride is the dueling. But whatever. If you do run into that, maybe wait until it's dueling, because you want to ride it when it's dueling. It's not a big deal, it's just not something I had was prepared for. Like, I was kind of incensed, like, what? You know, like, if it's not dueling, that's like a good portion of its, like, appeal. Like, you know, not present. But what are you gonna do? It's a great ride. They're all great rides. Nice! We did it. Got to the checkpoint, which means we're done, auto-scrolling. I do think between Frankenstein and Werewolf. I think Frankenstein is the better ride of the two. But Werewolf is also a lot of fun, and, you know, obviously you go on both. You go on both every time you go to the land. And maybe if you go there early, you'll have less of a wait. You know, because it is a very night-themed land, and people like to go there when it's a little bit moody, when it's a little bit atmospheric. But, you know, do what you gotta do. And, you know, organize your day however you want. The thing I'll say about... Some of the lines get really long at Epic Universe, right? So you might be scared and think like, oh, you know, I might have to wait an hour or two for this ride. The thing to remember is that there's 12 hours in a day, and 12 operating hours, plus 1 extra hour for early admission, so you kind of have all the time in the world to do, you know, the 13 odd attractions at Epic Universe. Especially if you get Express. If you get Express, you can do everything in one day, including the shows, including everything, including fancy eating, if you so please. Jeez. Fuck! Oh God! Got so far there. I really liked this thing in the middle of the town. That, like, spooky steam, that's mist. So, like, if you're really hot, you can sit on that little well thing and just enjoy the mist. And I had a little handheld fan, and I was just blowing the mist right into my face. And oh my God, it was the most refreshing thing all day. Just sitting there and enjoying the shade. Land looks great at night, but my camera was only able to capture that, like, a little bit. These are the best photos I took of the nighttime ambiance, which is nice, but kind of hard to capture, unfortunately. That's the last land of Epic Universe. We're about to get to Epic Universe Final Thoughts. Is that a mushroom? Even if that was a mushroom. After this level, we'll do that. Last thoughts about Monsters Land. I think it's the second best land in the park, or the third best. I guess the order of them would be Celestial Park, Celestial, Berk, damn it. Celestial Park, Berk, Dark Universe, Nintendo, Ministry. And the reason why is that both of its attractions are winners. And the land has a spooky ambiance, which is very cool and novel. And especially good at night. Which I think is one of the many reasons that like, you know, Epic Universe is a night park. Is a park that is great to be at night. And I'll say, like, that is a little bit unfortunate considering that, like, you know, say, like, for early admission, I'm getting there at, like, it's open from, like, 10 to 10 normally, and then early admission, it goes from, like, with early admission, it's, like, 9 to 10, so for night to fall, you have to be there for a full 10 hours, which is a long time, and you're kind of tired and, like, ready to go at that point, but regardless, it's lovely. It's really got a great, like, atmosphere to it. And, you know, it's got some good eating as well. I was going to try eating at, like, the steakhouse or whatever or something. But I was convinced instead to do the two, you know, Atlantic and Blue Dragon by people online. Which probably was the right choice. Those are the fancier restaurants. But I'll say I bet the steakhouse is also a bit of fun. You know, could that I would have eaten there. Dang, we only have 1 life left, and we've already done the instant refresh. Yeah, so we're like fully tapped. one difficult level. Monsters is great. I really... Fuck. Enjoyed my time there. I wish that... You know, my main wish with Monsters is that I wish phone cameras were better. I wish that I could take a picture of it and it looked good. And that just isn't something that phone cameras can do. What is this room? Just a bonus. Just a bonus. I'm hoping when I'm planning on getting the new iPhone this year. Fuck. I'm hoping that new one fixes the thing. We ran out of lives, dang. Well, we'll have more chances to take a crack at that into the future. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next one. Thank you, 06i. I appreciate it. Coco. Go ahead and do. Coco, please confirm. Shout out to Epic Universe. I think very highly of it. I wanted there to be a different color of card, so I went with a shout out rather than Epic Universe Final Thoughts. But this is Epic Universe Final Thoughts. It's a lovely park. It's beautiful. It's a lot of fun. All the attractions are world class, basically. And though some of them, you know, aren't for me, like the carousel and perhaps the kitty ride, I would probably still concede that, like, yeah, the kitty ride is better than anything in Seussland. You know, Yoshi is better than anything in Seussland. I would say that the carousel is probably the best carousel on Earth. And, you know, a lot of the other attractions are also best of their kind. For the first amusement park made in the last 20 years in North America, first new amusement park, it is a hell of a good one, and it is very impressive that it has started with this much of an attraction. This much shit to do. I do think that it's hard to spend a day here, especially if you get Express. It is very easy to do everything. Now, maybe part of that was I managed to get some extra Express. I managed to get some skip the line passes to skip lines that you don't usually get to skip. But still, I feel like even if I hadn't had those, I still would have had to bum around for an hour or two to wait and see for, like, you know, nightfall to come. So, I have thoughts on that. One of them is that, you know, I don't spend a day at any of the other parks. I like to park hop. And I think that when park hopping is available for Epic Universe, it will be very well suited as a nighttime park. I think this is a park, once there's park hopping, you would be fine going to in the afternoon, right? Say you do Volcano Bay from like 7 to noon, and then you take a couple hours off and, you know, rest at the hotel, rest by the pool, whatever the fuck. And then, once you're all good and rested, late in the afternoon, you mosey over to Epic Universe and have like a good 6 hours, which includes the nighttime, you know, out until 10 o'clock. I think that is probably the ideal way to do Epic Universe. Right now, since you buy the tickets day by day, you have to buy a whole ticket and you have to spend the whole day there. It can be a little exhausting, and it also can be a little bit like, oh, I did everything in one day. That was easy. Or, you know, if you eliminate a few rides that you don't want to re-ride, like Mario Kart or Yoshi, or or Carousel, those are kind of the only three that I wouldn't want to re-ride, honestly. The Flat Ride, and maybe Fire Drill, those are also skippable. If you eliminate all those, you have plenty of time to do all the highlights, and probably do the highlights like 2-3 times even, some of them, if they have short enough queues. Which is really something. I do think they really need to be thinking about, like, expansion, be thinking about new lands, fleshing out some of the lands that are smaller, adding a boat ride to monsters, you know, like the Swamp Man ride that was rumored, you know, that they're rumored to be thinking about as an expansion. They need to add something to the wizarding area so that it can have a second attraction. They need it'd be great to have like Luigi's Mansion or something or else in like you know, Mario, the Nintendo World area. And it's worth noting they have plenty of room for expansion around the park, as well as like space for, you know, a whole nother park if they really want in the future. I think Epic Universe is fantastic, and I think it is a great start. I think it probably says a lot that the theme park scene is so competitive now that for a new park to be successful, it has to basically be seen as like one of the most best parks in the world, like from the jump. And it is like world class from the jump. And it's kind of funny to say that and go like, it's not as good as Islands of Adventure though. And I'd say that Islands of Adventure is still a better park. Still, for me, is a higher caliber. But I also think, like, with some expansion, Epic Universe is poised to take that medal, to take that thing. And yeah, that's where I stand on it. It was fantastic going there, and it's beautiful. It's gonna be great at night, and once you can park hop, it's gonna be even better. You know, I'll say like the travel time that it takes to get from the original site to Epic Universe is only like 20 minutes, and in a 13-hour day, I think that losing an hour in the middle to like you know, go back to the hotel, take a break, go back out and take a bus to Epic Universe, I think that's a minor concern. I think that's a minor time spend. It's only a little shorter than the time it takes to take the water taxi out. It's only a little longer than the time it takes to take the water taxi out to the original parks. So yeah. I think that's it for Epic Universe talk. And yeah. I don't see Coco, by the way, so I'm gonna put us into sudden death. Here. I will say the Epic Universe talk is over now, but we still have three other Universal parks to touch on, as well as the hotel and also Disney. So more to come. I still got a lot more photos, honestly. We've only gone through like half of them. But also, we're kind of treading old ground here as far as the other parks go, so it's not going to be as elaborate. I'm going to take a quick break real fast. I need to refill my water. I'm getting very thirsty. And we'll continue from there once I have water. What time is it? 9? We've been going around 2.5 hours. Wow. Takes a while to talk about stuff, huh? We'll be back in a bit. It's important to stay hydrated. Hey, Corn. Did I already say hello? How you doing? Coco has not confirmed sudden death. Let's go. Also, we can totally start talking about... We're gonna talk about the other parks and the rest of Universal. This doesn't really need its own timestamp per section like the Universal parts do. But I'll say, you know, broadly, we're gonna talk about the Aventura, followed by Studios, followed by Islands, followed by Volcano Bay, and then finally City Walk, and then there'll be some Disney stuff after that. I'll put a timestamp at the Disney stuff. What color is your water bottle? It's like a navy blue with a light blue cap. I bought 2 of them and I switched the caps. And there's one that's the other way, where it's the light blue on the bottom and the dark blue on the top. In a pantry that's waiting to stay. Stayed at the Aventura. which was this hotel. Relatively small hotel, and relatively nice. There's another shot of it. I liked that it's sort of like three wings are based that are like centered on an elevator shaft. So lots of elevators to get you to your floor, and then it's a very short walk to get to your room, no matter where you're staying. I was like on the very end. I had a king size bed, which was nice, just a single one, all I needed, and also a very nice view of like the parks and stuff. There was ice cream in the thing, in like the lobby area, as well as a little store where that's where I bought this hat, by the way, the Jurassic World hat. It's all right. They had all right ice cream and a bar on the roof where you could see like the parks and stuff. Also, it was close enough to Sapphire Falls, where I could take the water taxi, which I like to do. The water taxi is my favorite way to get to the parks. Basically, you get in a little boat, and just like go through this nice little river canal, lake canal, to get to City Walk, which is lovely. It's a good hotel. That's all I have to say about the hotel. It was good. I didn't have any big problems with it. It was an affordable hotel. It was budget. It's close enough to Volcano Bay where you can walk to it, which was pretty cool. But, it definitely was on the budget side. And there were times where that seemed to be the manifest insofar as, like, that ice cream place didn't have as much ice cream options as the place next door. And also, that ice cream place was out of ice cream on, like, the first day that I tried to use it. Only the second day was it, like, in stock, which was kind of annoying. But whatever, I guess you get what you pay for. That was kind of screwy. Bad jump there. What are you gonna do? Coco. I've seen no confirmation from Coco. So let's truck on then. I think Coco has had plenty of time to confirm. Timmy Bob. Let's go ahead and confirm. Get a confirmation from Timmy Bob. I also went to Orlando Universal Studios on 3 days. Timmy Bob is here. Fantastic. Let's go. Went to Universal Studios, as I said. There wasn't that much new there, honestly. Though behind the Minions Land thing, there was like a Wicked store, which I saw and was like, oh, I had no idea that was like so near the entrance. And then I didn't go in because I don't care about Wicked. Main thing about oh geez, the code is kind of off the thing. I can't read the final character on the thing on the now playing, but I can read it out of the chat. The last character is an F. The main thing about studios when I was visiting was that Rip Ride Rockit was about to close. And for what it's worth, it has now closed. It closed. Its final day of operation was on Sunday. I was there from last Sunday, the previous Sunday, to Thursday. So, I got a bunch of last rides on it. It didn't have that much of a wait, and it was a lot of fun. I'll say, I'm a big fan of Rip Ride Rockets. I honestly, I think it is a similar quality level as, like, the Hulk, insofar as, like, it has nothing on Velocicoaster, Hagrid's, or, the Universal Epic Universe lineup, but I do think it is very cool. It has some unique business, like the vertical lift hill, the non-inverting loop, and I really like the later on it has the part where it dives through the Ghostbusters building, and I just really love the layout in general, like throughout its course. It's just a damn good time. And like the first time I rode it this trip, I was like, God damn, I don't care what anyone says. That ride is fucking great. The restraints aren't the most comfortable thing in the world, but it's fun. It has good forces, and it just like, you know, once it starts, it never stops. You know what I mean? YXS 9Q0 XLF, F, not R. That was my mistake. It's pretty difficult and took a while to complete. Gotcha. We'll see what we can do. There's no clears on it so far, so we're getting bonus hits. Keep in mind, you do have access to an instant refresh. Feel free to use it as needed. I do think with Rip Ride Rockets, it has a learning curve insofar as, like, one of the gimmicks of Rip Ride Rocket was that you could play music on it, and jeez, like, it's kind of... You don't think the level will be cleared, by the way? Okay. I wonder if we need to, like, start right away or what. Let's try starting right away. Let's try starting right away and seeing if this works for us. I feel like starting right away is the timing. Wait, you have to... You can't land after jumping, so... So on that last one... This one, maybe? We jumped off that, bounced there. How'd the... That Goomba was not in position. Once you hit the spring, keep holding right, ignore the Goomba, and then land on the blue spike top. Wow, okay. I see. Yeah, the blue spike top is totally there. We could totally land on him. With Rip Ride Rocket, you have to choose your music, and I think finding a track you like really enhances the ride. And for me, it's the secret menu. I always went off the secret menu, and I chose the Muppets Rainbow Connection. That was my ride of choice. Timmy Bob, you want to use your instant refresh? Again, this stream only, everyone has an instant refresh that they can employ once. You gotta, it's a channel point thing. Look in the channel point redemption area. Shouldn't be too expensive. Should be relatively cheap. Okay, there we go. There's an instant refresh for us. Very good. We'll give this another 7 goes here and see what we can do. Let's start over so we can get a nice clean start. I feel like we need a nice clean start here. I always go with the Rainbow Connection, and I always thought it was just so fun going through all the elements as the very soothing, beautiful music played. And to me, that was the ride. I hear other people talking about, like, ooh, you know, it's so exciting, all the EDM playing as you're going through it. Not me. That's not the way I rode it. Me, it was acoustic guitar and Kermit the Frog. And, I loved it. And they'll seriously miss it. I rode it a bunch of times, you know, re-riding it as I'm riding it. Man, that went so fast. Even if the level isn't clear, do you appreciate me playing it? Gotcha. Well, unfortunately, we're out of tries now. They go so fast. They go so fast. Let's look at this comments. Good luck. Thanks, we need it. We needed it. Alas, alas! Feel free to submit that again if you feel like. You know, do whatever you gotta do. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and pull up the next one. Rip Ride Rockets. I will miss it. I am sure that the replacements will be better. Honestly. They did get Intamin to design the replacements. I understand that Rip Ride Racket had a number of maintainability issues, design issues that made it so that they had to get rid of it. I understand that. I will miss it. I'm sure whatever they put in probably will have things like a vertical. I bet whatever they put in is going to have a vertical launch. And that's going to be better than a vertical chain lift, honestly. I'm betting they'll put in other cool things, and I bet it'll be an even better, mainline attraction for their park that desperately needs some better attractions. That said, hey, the Mummy is still an S tier dark ride. I love the Mummy. I would say, if you don't know what the Mummy is on the inside, the Mummy is really good. It has a bunch of like really good dark show stuff where like you run from like a Beatles. It's a little bit Indiana Jonesy. There's like curses going around, weird bugs, a launch lift hill, and some really cool like fog effects and stuff that really like makes for really good storytelling. Plus, it's just a damn good indoor coaster with some excellent theming. I heard that you can get a tour on Revenge of the Mummy and go inside the roller coaster room. I wasn't able to get one though during my time here. Also, it was closed on the second day I was at these parks, but I'll say with single rider, it's often a walk-on, so that's pretty cool. I rode it 4 times because it was a walk-on to get on. 4 or 5 times, I forget. I also do think that Jimmy Fallon is underrated. Well, I'll say I've never watched The Tonight Show, but I think the ride is solid. It's well written, it's funny, and it has a good amount of motion simulator stuff that it presents in a good, fun way. I think it is the best motion sim ride that they have at these parks. And now that Rip Ride Rocket is gone, I guess it's the second best attraction at Studios, which is kind of sad if you think about it. That's sad. That's really sad. I mean, maybe if you count Bourne. Maybe Bourne is the second best. Fallon is number 3, though. That's sad. The one thing that's nice about Fallon is it has this indoor queue area where it has a bunch of seats and stuff and TVs playing and really nice air conditioning. And it's just, honestly, in Studios, the best place to take a break that you could ask for. It has nice couches, it has air conditioning. The only problem is the line doesn't really get long enough to actually justify its use. Certainly there's been years where you had to get a ticket and wait for Red Group to come out in this lobby. But nowadays it's mostly just yeah, go on. It's a walk on. Go on, just go get on it. Which is cool, but I do really like that lounge. And I think it's more lines should have seating in it. I'll say that much. Also, did I say Kaiser Dragoon? Let me get the next up for Kaiser Dragoon. Next, please confirm Kaiser Dragoon. Springfield's nice. Rode the Simpsons ride. It's alright. Rode it once, that's enough. I'll say with some of these rides in the older parks, one ride is enough for a lot of them. Saw the train, saw the Back to the Future car. I like to see them. Ran over and looked at DreamWorks Land. It's okay. It's probably an upgrade from the Woody Woodpecker kids area they used to have. But, it is just a bunch of rides and attractions that are for little kids and have nothing interesting and nothing to offer anyone who is over the age of 8. I think that Universal's genius recently has been realizing that they can make family rides that have cool world-class elements and ideas in them. Like Hagrid's and Wing Gliders and, to a certain extent, Donkey Kong and Curse of the Werewolf. Those are accessible, but everyone wants to ride them, not just little kids. Whereas it's like, yeah, this is just a boring ride that you could find everywhere that is kind of themed to trolls or whatever. There's Poe's Kung Fu Camp. I have nothing to say about that. I like Kung Fu Panda a lot. Let's play this level. There's Villains Con, which I think is the weakest. I think I hate Villains Con, actually. This is like the second time I wrote it, this time here, and I realized on my second time, like, oh, this isn't just bad. This is awful. So basically the idea is you stand on a conveyor belt and you shoot things on a TV screen. And it's kind of cool insofar as you can see your own projectiles, you can see your own cursor. Two things though. One, the cursor is a little bit laggy, even though this thing is never busy now. It only has a 5-minute wait. It's a fucking walk-on whenever you come because people know it's bad. I think that's the reason it's a walk-on. Like, no one's flocking to this thing, and it has such a high capacity that it needs a flock to really, like, make a line appear. And two, it's kind of crap. Not only is the cursor really slow and sluggish, not only can you not sit down, but also the gun that you have is really, really heavy. And it's just like, I was just standing there going like, oh man, I need to sit down. And also I want to put this gun down. And I know if I do that, it's like I'm not participating in the ride. What am I doing? And, just such a miserable experience. Such a miserable ride. And it's only helped a little bit by this room here, where you see like, oh, you know, here's a bunch of landmarks of all the different Universal parks, and they're all next to each other, and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. The Minions guys, they're at Universal. That's cool. But, like, not cool enough where I'd go through a whole standing attraction. It needs seats, and also lighter guns, and also better technology. Took the train to get through between parks once. Walk the rest of the time. It's fine to walk. I don't see Kaiser. Let's go ahead and, let's go with the Super World. Why not? Go with the Super World here. I don't have a lot of thoughts on the train. Train is nice. Mostly as a convenience, though. Only did it once during the trip, and mostly because, like, you know, I was in the area. Like, I had made the loop around islands, and I figured, like, okay, well, I can just get in the train here and go to the rides I didn't do on day one. On day one, I did the rides that you've seen to this point. Like, I didn't go into the Hogwarts area, and I didn't do a bunch of the rejects. Again, day one was a short day. My plane landed at, like, 1 p.m., and I got to the parks around 4 p.m. But I'll say, like, you can absolutely have a great day at Universal with just, like, 6 hours in the park. Like, that's more than enough, really. Especially if you're like me and you've done him a million times. Like, you know where to go, you know what to skip, and, you don't have to ride everything. And you can ride the highlights, absolutely, in 6 hours. Though, you might need to do, like, you know, Hagrid's as, like, a last thing, you know, as the park is closing. Thank you, Kaiser. Let me go ahead and hit complete and pull up the next.
Meow.
Meow, indeed. Freddy Fazbear is up next. Go ahead and confirm Freddy Fazbear. Believe you are in the YouTube chat. From the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. Everything good on technical end? Yep. I need to do a little moderation. A chat bot there. No, 3 viewers? No, that's not. Those aren't words that I want in my chat. Thank you. Anyway, next up is Freddy. Go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, let me just finish going through these. You're mostly done with islands here. There's the Harry Potter area. It's nice and cool. I did Gringotts. I'll say, Gringotts solo single rider is pretty powerful. Not only does it take what is often now a really short wait and make it even shorter by going through a different line, but also it skips the pre-shows. It skips the elevator pre-show and the fake screen pre-show, and that's probably saves a good like 10-20 minutes just right there, and like all the time you spend getting onto elevators, going through show scenes, that sort of thing. And that was just incredibly cool, and I didn't know it was that good. Anyway, the ride's fine. I'll say, I feel like with Gringotts, it's like, it starts with a cool tilt track thing, right? It's roller coaster-esque, where it's like, oh, it's a tilt track, and oh, we're going around, we're spinning. And then a character appears on the fake screen and says, like, Arresto Momentum, or whatever the fuck they say. And it's like, oh, you just cast the Stop the Ride spell. And they keep on casting the Stop the Ride spell every, like, 10 seconds, every 15 seconds. And it's just like, my god, guys, just let the ride proceed. Like, I feel like a lot of the other rides are a lot better. A lot of the other screen rides are a lot better insofar as, like, when they gotta do a show screen, they don't just take the ride to a screaming halt every time. They gotta have character go like, I will get the information out of you. I am doing a curse at you. It's just like, please, just let us go through the course, honestly. Transformers is like a Spider-Man, and it's fine. I'll say I think that it has some cool moments, like the slow-mo moment, but I also think now that, like, Ministry exists, it's kind of an awkward middle child insofar as, like, it's not the new kid on the block anymore, and it's definitely not the old kid on the block. It's kind of just, like, awkward being the third best of a ride type at the park, not even including the Kuka arms in the same conversation, which we probably should be considering the Kuka arm rides in the same conversation, at which point it's number 5, if we include Forbidden Journey and Monsters Unleashed in the equation. Despicable Me ride is pretty damn good. I think that Despicable Me ride is actually great, up there with the best of them. I ate at the Minions Cafe. I had some rotisserie chicken, which was fine, and I went in the bathroom to wash my hands, and a worker came in, and he was like, "Oh, excuse me," and I said to him, "I think you're supposed to say below," and he laughed. It was funny to him. Minions Cafe is cool. I saw the fish. I had breakfast at the place. Hey, Trebucket, thank you for the thing. I had breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron. Pancakes, they were pretty good. I went on Fast and Furious, which is a bad ride, but I will say it has a great pre-show where they typically, like, make fun of the pre-show. The guys, it's like the guy on the screen is saying, like, okay, do the thing, and the guy's like, okay, I'm gonna do the thing, and then the guy on screen says, like, okay, I just did the thing, and he's like, why am I here? And it's just, they got it down pat, and they know exactly where they can insert jokes, which is always good, considering that the ride is really boring and kind of just like, you get in a bus and then stuff happens around you. I don't care for Men in Black. It's a perfectly good shooting gallery attraction, and I like the moment with the X-ray gimmick. It is not my favorite ride. E.T. is pretty okay. I like the bit where you go over the town. Bourne is a super impressive show. That I still think Bourne is the best show, including the Epic Universe show. I still think Bourne Stuntacular is the best show out of all the parks. Went on Mummy one more time. Went on, the last time I was there, I just, Rip Ride Rockit had like a 75-minute wait, so I didn't go on it. I had obligations to get to, but I did take a selfie, and, now it is gone. Rip Ride Rockit. What is this photo doing so late in the lineup? That shouldn't be there. That's way out of order. Whoops. Whatever. You like the Men in Black, but you don't love it? E.T. you like, it's the only remaining OG ride left at Universal. That is true. I do think it is charming. I think it's charming. You know, I'll say, like, if I were to compare E.T. to the, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. If I were to compare E.T. to the lineup at Disney, I would probably say that I like it better than Disney's comparable attractions. That was a really good first run. Holy shit. The second run wasn't as good. And I don't see Freddy Fazbear in chat, so that is what it is. Thank you, Freddy. Go ahead and hit dismiss and pull up the next. Next up is Mr. KFC. Mr. KFC, please confirm. Meanwhile, here's another card. I went to Islands of Adventure on 3 days. Again, 3 days spent at Islands Adventures. Kind of enough to... I'll say, with both of these two parks, mostly it was just rewriting stuff. Like, I could do most everything in 1 day, but, like, you know, very much every day had, like, priorities insofar as, like, yes, I'm gonna ride Mummy. I'm gonna ride Rip Ride. I'm gonna ride, like, fucking, Velocicoaster and Hagrid's, if I can. Actually, I'll say, the second day, actually, Velocicoaster closed down, and Hagrid's had too long of a wait for me to do it on that day. I instead decided to prioritize, like, cleaning up some stuff at Islands instead, at Studios instead, but, yeah, let me go ahead and start showing some photos. So, Islands is great. You get the whole, the Hulk ride, which is just a inversion machine, great big horror, like a diagonal launch, followed by a whole lot of, like, really good inversions. I will say, though, every time I ride Hulk, I feel like I come off of that with a fucking headache because of the shoulder restraints and the head banging. I don't like that at all, and I feel like that has kind of knocked Hulk down a few pegs in my book, especially with all the much better roller coasters opening at Epic and, you know, even Hagrid's and Velocicoaster here at Islands. It's still damn good, though, and I feel like if they just changed the restraints, it'd probably be, like, worth keeping around forever in perpetuity, which I imagine they will because they can't, like, change it, right? You love coasters. I love them too. I also love Spider-Man. I still think, even after Ministry has opened, Battle at the Ministry, I still think Spider-Man, the original dark ride of that sort, is still the best example of them. I think, like, it just has the best script, the best, like, scenes, the best, like, you know, it sort of spins you around a bit. It like, shakes the vehicle a bit, and has, like, a good variety of, like, simulation stuff. It's a quality attraction. I'll say, by the way, this is my first time at Universal since getting LASIK. Even without the glasses that I used to wear, the 3D glasses that they give you, goddamn unwearable. They are uncomfortable as sin, aren't they? Even without glasses that you're putting them on top of. Huh. Well, whatever. It's fine. I love Toon Lagoon. Toon Lagoon is great. I really love its, like, old-timey comic strip aesthetic. I was saying as I was going through it, like, man, I hope they never change this. I hope they never update it. I hope they never add any characters that are, you know, more relevant or whatever. And then I got here and I was like, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? This ain't no, you know, 1980s comic strip character, 1970s comic strip character. I don't know who that is. All I know is that they have no place in Toon Lagoon, among the ranks of, like, you know, Popeye the Sailor Man and, you know, Dudley Do-Right. You know, man, who is this? Honestly, I don't know. But I was kind of annoyed. You know, must be what, like, Disney people feel when, like, they added Frozen to, like, parts of Blizzard Beach. You know? Just like, oh, god damn it. Like, god damn it, we had something good here. Never change it. Listen to me. Listen to me. Never change it. Never change a thing. It has to be some modern kids show character. I know, that has to be it. I bet that's like Kathy or something. I don't know. It's someone though. Get out of here. Now, that guy with the hat that I vaguely recognize, he's the photo probably it says it, doesn't it? He's like, let me move my chat out of the way so I can Beetle Bailey? Beetle Bailey, he's cool. Whatever. I like that I don't recognize them and they have old-timey aesthetic. Anyway, was just passing through on my first day to get to the good old Velocicoaster, which of course, you know, goes without saying is one of the best roller coasters in the world. You know, I really love how it has the paddock area, which is really like, really tight, and, you know, a really tight, compact layout. And then after the second launch, it goes to the massive top hat, and then just goes way out over the lagoon, over the pats, and into the good old Mosasaurus roll, which you can kind of see here. Since the queue doesn't get that long anymore, you don't actually get that close to the Mosasaurus roll anymore, because was where the extended queue was, but whatever. Love Jurassic Park. The Ministry ride is cool. And of course, I'll say with the Ministry ride, I think that now that there is now that there is Monsters Unleashed at Epic, I feel like it is a little bit of a letdown. It's a little bit not as good. This ride is comparatively not as good, but it's still fine. It's still good. I still like it. It's just not as revolutionary next to the far more revolutionary ride that, you know, iterated on it and improved it. Hagrid's, worth saying, is god tier. You know, up there with Velocicoaster. A lot of cool elements, a lot of, like, 7 launches. My god, Hagrid's is good. And I was able to skip the line on my second visit because Velocicoaster broke down on me on my second day. And then on day 3, I did Hagrid's Express style, and it maybe took 20 minutes, and that was pretty cool. Let's enter this level, one where we're just going on and on. I don't see Mr. KFC, so it'll be sudden death. We can kind of just, like, truck through all this, like, other park stuff, because, you know, it is stuff that everyone's been on, right? We've all had years and years to get with it. You know, it's kind of ironic that, like, more than half the trip, well, actually half the trip exactly, was spent at the old parks, but, you know, it's the Epic Universe parts that is, like, new and novel, that is, like, interesting. But I still want to talk about the other parts because, you know, I rode all those stuff and I had a great time, and, you know, as you do.
Oh no!
Oh no. Ugh. Damn it. I'm fucked.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Fucked. Thank you, Mr. KFC. I don't see you. Let's go ahead and get you dismissed. And get up the next person. Nuggies. And hey, Nuggies, Nuggies been in chat. Nuggies been chatting. Perfect. Nuggies is good for it. Let's go ahead and play Nuggies level. Wow, there's basically no queue right now. How about that? Ugh. For food, I ate Confisco the first night. Confisco, I feel like, is a really good restaurant. I had the sticky ribs, which were sweet and sour, which I thought was really tasty, though I didn't care for the vegetables on top at all. They just tasted, I don't know how to describe them, but like sharp? Really weird, I don't know. Wimpy's is always a good place for a quick burger. And I'll say, like, when I was eating this burger, I was like, oh my god. I think this was like day 3 after I had the cone at Epic Universe and the pizza at Epic Universe. And I was eating this going like, oh my god, I think this is like my favorite meal so far. Just because it's a damn good burger and you can't go wrong with a damn good burger. Like, damn good burger is damn delicious. I love burgers. Had Mythos and I had grilled cheese, like a ridiculously gourmet grilled cheese, which was just 20 bucks, so, you know, not bad, and definitely, like, pretty cheap for the greatest sit-down theme park restaurant in the world, according to Theme Park Magazine or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how Epcot doesn't, like, unseat it ever. I feel like Epcot also has a lot of amazing theme park restaurants. Also, Epic Universe is now in contention, so I don't know. Did you like the burger in Bonanza? Yeah, that was a cool burger. I did like that. There's an inside shot. There's an outside shot of the thing. Water rides. Went and did all the water rides on day 2, and then again on day 3, on the last day at the Universal. I say day 2. It was day 3 because day 2 was epic and day 4 was epic. You know what I mean. The middle day, I did them, and then on the last day, I did them again. Bilge Rat Barges, I will say, is the best raft ride in the world. It's so funny. It's just so funny how wet you get and how wet it gets you. Like, every time I ride it, it's just everyone's screaming, everyone's getting soaked. You know, whoever goes under the waterfall or, like, you know, random stream of water is just, like, has the best reactions. It's so fun. Similarly, I do think Ripsaw Falls is also, like, the best log flume in existence. I love that it has, like, some airtime hills built into it. Like, the final drop having a hill before you actually splash down is just such a delight. And then it has, like, a couple of really cool, like, drops before that are each different and cool and unique in their own ways. Plus, you know, some animatronics doing some stuff, you know, that's cute and good. I will say, though, I did run up on it once, and it was drained. Look at that. Drained, the water features were off. There was no water streaming through it. I didn't know what I was looking at. I was just like, god damn. Fortunately, it seemed like it was started refilling, like, right away. So I just, like, waited for a half hour to an hour to get on it. This was, like, the last day, and I had, like, 4 rides I wanted to ride, and, like, 4 hours to kill, so, like, I had time to wait. River Adventure is just a damn good water ride. Did I not put in one of the pictures of, like, the splashdown? I probably misplaced that. I probably have it in the wrong order, sadly. Oh well. The splashdown is always fun on River Adventure. King Kong is alright. Same ride system as, you know, as, the Fast and Furious. But they do a lot better with it compared to Fast and Furious. Cat in the Hat's okay. Oh, there's the splashdown. Why are you at this point? You should have been like 4 pictures ago. And I think that is all the rides at Islands covered. Woo, okay. We just have one quick thing left. Do newest, please? Excellent. Okay. Islands is great. Islands continues being the greatest theme park in the world, I think. Just as far as S-tier attractions go, I think there's no theme park with a better lineup. And also, just like, it is so simple to just go either from the Harry Potter area down to the thing. Pick a level? Okay. You got it. Chocolate Castle single stream. That sounds cool. How about this one? How do you feel about this one? I'll say, by the way, if you haven't done, everyone gets a instant refresh. So if you want, you can do an instant refresh if we run out of lives. So keep that in mind. I still think it's the best one, and you can always just do a simple lap around the island, you know, going from... You can do this. We have 5 lives, and you can refresh us up to 7, so we'll do another one? Okay. We can absolutely do that. This one is a life eater. Okay. Which one, then? Manual labor? Manual labor simulator. Let's do this one. I think this is the first one, so this is as low as we can go. Islands is still the best theme park in the world, and I think that's just partially because you can go from Marvel to Harry Potter and just hit up everything in order, and it's a ton of fun. You know, and you might skip stuff based on, like, oh, you don't want to get a headache on the Hulk, you don't want to get wet from the water rides, and you'll still have a fantastic time. Like, everything that you ride will be S tier. Or at least A plus, B, at least B. And even the things that are just okay, they're pretty good. So anyway, yeah, I had a couple great days at those 2 parks. And, you know, despite it being all old news and old hats, it was all plenty of fun. Let me do the next card, which is to say, like, hey, I also... Anything for Nuggies, thank you for the follow. I thought you'd been following for ages. What's going on there? Maybe you follow too many people or something. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Went to Volcano Bay once. A weird thing now is even with a 5-day trip, it's kind of hard to find some time with, maybe you follow too many people. I think if you follow too many people on Twitch, it, like, starts unfollowing them on you. I don't know. I think there's, like, a limit there. I'm not sure. I got you, though. It's cool. You can't have that many? I don't know what it is. Google it. What do I know? I'm just a dude. I'm just some guy. Volcano Bay is the water park, and I'll say, like, when we used to do, me and my family, we used to do, like, 4-day trips to the parks, right? And now I did a 5-day trip, but since like half of that was Epic Universe, there was only like 1 day in the middle where it made sense to, like, immediately go to the water park, right? Like, my first day was Arrival, and my last day, I was being picked up by my cousin at the end of the day, so I couldn't, like, you know, I had to check out of the hotel in the morning, so I couldn't, like, plan around and be like, okay, well, I'm going to the water park for a few hours, and even if I could have, I probably wouldn't want him to get super wet and have to take a shower before checking out of the hotel. That just doesn't make sense. Oh, I see what we need to do Hello, Crybaby Willow. How you doing? So, ended up with just one day at Volcano Bay. And, kind of feel like that's... Oh, God. Am I dead? Yes. Yes, I am. I had just one day, a couple of hours at Volcano Bay, and they were lovely. Did we get a check? I think we got a checkpoint, so probably should do this. Yeah, that's probably right. I think that's correct. So yeah, spent a day at Volcano Bay. Was a short walk from the Aventura Hotel, and it's a lovely park. I made sure to bring my phone for the first time ever to Volcano Bay. So for the first time ever, I was able to take pictures at Volcano Bay of things like the watch that they give you that you use to tap into attractions, and which is going away as of next year. And also things like the giant ass volcano, which is really very cool. Look at that. That's me in front of the volcano. I went and rented a locker, by the way, if you're wondering, so I didn't have to carry my crap around with me all day. One thing about Volcano Bay that's a little bit of an inconvenience if you're like me and traveling alone is that the four of the best rides at the park, at the water park, right, require a second person. You know, they're basically like tube rides. They take two to They take 2 to 5 people, right? So, usually, I wouldn't be able to ride those, except on this trip, when I was queuing up for Krakatoa, which we'll talk about in a second, when I was queuing up for Krakatoa, a large Spaniard was also alone in the line right behind me, and he was like, "Oh, we ride together?" And you know, he couldn't speak much English, but after Krakatoa, he was like, "Okay, I don't know this park. I do not know what's up here. You show me where to go?" And I said to him, like, "Okay, we go." And I went, you know, we went and rode all the 2 to 5, the big tube rides, you know, like this sumbitch right here. We rode this motherfucker. And also, I don't actually have pictures of the other ones, but it was super fun. And he didn't speak much English, but it was very fun, like running up the stairs with him and him being like, "Oh my God," you know, just as he was like looking down, you know, and going like, "Grande, yes, grande. It's a big drop down there, huh?" Oh God, you know, just looking at the tube situation that they got, you know, like the way that the big tube rides like go into these massive like half pipe bullshit. Those rides are fucking great, and I love going on them, and I'm so glad that I got the chance to ride them this time. You know, there's definitely been times, even traveling with family, where they've been like, you know, one of the problems with a water park is that, like, if one of your party is like, "Okay, I'm gonna go on Kookiri," you know, the big solo water slide, and your family are just like, "I'm not doing that," so later, after, you're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, I don't have... How am I gonna ride the ride now? How am I gonna ride my next ride? My family seemed to have left the water park on me." But, you know, find yourself a large Spaniard, I guess. He was cool. Also, I'll say, I ran into him later at Studios. I had just came out of the restaurant. I had, like, you know that pancakes I showed you, like, an hour ago? Half hour ago? I had just eaten pancakes, so my hands were all sticky. I didn't have my phone on me, but he took a picture of us, and, I don't have a picture of him, but he has one of me. That's cool. That's fine. What are you gonna do? How do you feel about classic-style puzzle levels, like your standard Ghost House from mainline Mario games? They're cool, yeah, sure. Give me what you got. I'm down for whatever. We did it. Very good. Thank you, Nuggies. Go ahead and hit complete. And get the next one up. Diego Movies. Nice. Good to get him in there. You know, we got not that many in queue right now. Though actually, let me refresh my Warp World here. Yeah, we got just 06i and Crybaby Willie, so it's a really short queue right now. So y'all getting a steal here. I guess it is Tuesday, an unusual day for a stream to be. I just wanted to talk about all this Universal stuff sooner rather than later. Diego Movies is up next. Let me go ahead and put the thing where it adds the person into the chat. Beautiful. So went on all those. Also took some pictures of Krakatoa. Krakatoa is a great water coaster. It like accelerates you up the hills, and then on the downswing it like gets you all nice and wet. It's cool. That's the best shot I got of it, by the way. You know, the from the river, which, by the way, yes, I did take my phone into the river, and I got some amazing shots. There's another one of those tube rides. I'll say in general, I think the tube rides are the best rides. Tube rides are fun, they're fast, they're big, and also you have to be in a tube, which is comfortable. Punga Racers and another attraction. Some of the body slides can be really painful, insofar as like, oh my god, I'm feeling every single seam in the tube. You know, I'm feeling every single seam on my back. Or you don't get that when you're in a tube. You don't get to feel every single seam between the tubes. Punga Racer's kind of pooey. That kind of really fun. The green and the yellow, another really fun one of those. There were the Oh No and Oh Yeah drop slides. Those are pretty fun. I touched the ground after coming out of the higher one of those. I just fell straight down right into the water. I lost all my momentum right before dropping off the thing, which, I don't know. One more thing I'll say, there's Cali and Tai Nui, which are like serpentine drop slides from the top that like drop you down, but at not so steep an angle. And there's also Ko-Okiri, which is like that, but it's just a straight plunge down from the top of the volcano. And I'll say, I think Ko-Okiri is way better, you know, and way less scary, actually. Like, the serpentine... The thing about these slides that, like, go back and forth is that I feel like they were really like the equivalent of a headbanger, insofar as, like, as I was sliding down and I was like this, my feet were constantly, like, whacking into the side of the tube as it was, like, going through turns at very high speeds. That was really uncomfortable. Ko-Okiri, on the other hand, pretty good. Pretty good. Just a straight splashdown and fun. I will say, every time I'm in one of those drop tubes where it's just like, and then it drops you down, it's like, in my head I'm going like, I hate this. 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 Why did I come up all the way here to go on this drop slide? Why am I here? And then it's kind of fun when you get to the bottom and it's like, oh, that was good. Okay. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. I feel like. Though, skip Kainui and Kala and Kainui, honestly. Of course, there is a lazy river. Of course, there's a tide pool. But more than anything, there's the not-so-lazy river, where you have to have a life jacket because it moves fast. It's a fast-moving river, and it's so fun to, like, swim around in there and just be taken by the current, which sometimes, like, speeds up extra fast, sometimes has, like, really low floors, you know, lower than normal, and it's just a lot of fun to go around in. And I'll say, like, the way this park used to work is that you would tap your watch, and you would get, like, a return time to come back, you know, sort of like a virtual line situation. And whenever you got one of those, it was the perfect time to, like, go into the fast river and just go around some circles. That said, it seems like nowadays it doesn't get busy enough to actually use that, until like 3 hours into operation, at which point you're probably ready to go. You've probably ridden mostly everything, so it's not really as needed, and that's probably why they're retiring it, in addition to probably being like too much of a bother to maintain. I got some great shots from the not so lazy river. Look at that one. Isn't that one really cool? I had a lot of fun swimming in the not so lazy river. Volcano Bay is great. If you have like an extra, if you get a 3+1 pass, I think you should at least spend one morning at the water park. It's great. It's I don't know. I think it's the best water park in the world. I say that having been to 3. My local water park, Hurricane Harbor, Sleederbahn, which admittedly is a really good water park. I don't see Diego movies, by the way, so we have 2 lives. We're in sudden death. Sleederbahn, which is admittedly also world class, for what it's worth. Wow. And, Volcano Bay. Also Blizzard Beach. I've been to Blizzard Beach. Oh, hey, you're here. Perfect. So now let me just go ahead and get you your bonus heads, and there we go. Let's do it. Also, I'll say that we have complimentary... Fuck. We have instant refreshes for everyone today. So we can get... You can do an instant refresh once per stream, which we will try to remember if it's been done for the YouTube folks. I'd appreciate it if y'all just, make sure to redeem that just once. It's your toughest level yet. No one's cleared it yet, so let's see if we can do it. It doesn't look that hard, it just looks long to me, but I don't know. We did already die once, but doesn't seem all that bad. I think we've covered the Universal Parks now, which is nice. We've covered everything that I wanted to talk about pretty much. There's just one more Universal thing, which is that... One more mini topic, really. Did a little city walk. It's cool. Universal talk over. Yeah. So last city walk is nice. Bunch of restaurants and other crap. It's good to go to for dinner or whatever. I had a reservation for the Also, they got the fast, the boats there, the taxi picks up there, which is cool. I'll say, there's some shots. There's some shots of it. It's a cool place. Lots of restaurants and stuff. I went to the Cold Stone Creamery and got some Cold Stone Creamery. The line there is ridiculous. It's like a half hour long to get some ice cream. Maybe 20 minutes, but, it is good ice cream. Probably the best you can get in Universal. So, probably worth it, honestly. And also, on the last day, I had some cowfish, which is sort of like a burger / sushi place. I had some sushi. And also these, like, wonton dip. It sort of tastes like crab ragoon, but it's a dip. It's sort of like nachos, but it tastes like crab ragoon. It's pretty ridiculous, honestly. I thought that was neat. I also had some, I think they called it, like, Tropical Storm sushi, which is just like, kind of like a rainbow roll, but with some fancy stuff in it. Though I had them remove anything mildly spicy. And it still had some kick to it, but I was able to eat it and it was fine. That was the last thing I did at Universal. I had my cousin pick me up. She's a local, she's from Orlando. And, I basically had arranged to have my luggage held by the hotel and her pick me up so that we could, do Disney the following day, which was fun. I'm gonna tell you about it as well. Trust me. I wonder if these the coins are optional. They kind of seem like they might be. I hope they are, because I'm probably missing at least one. Oh god, that was such a close shave. Yeah, it was pretty good. The cowfish was good. I think last time I was there, I tried for their bento box, which was just like a weird mix of burgers and like sushi. You know, like some of them would be sushi in there, and some of them would be like mini sliders, which is a neat concept, but probably works better on paper than it does in reality, if you know what I mean, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know if necessarily those things really go together, but you appreciate the gumption, you know? Oh, right, I need to get, tell me there's a 10 coin on the other side of this door. Well, fuck! Technically, there will be. There would have been. I forgot about the... I think the red coins are optional. Gotta remember to get the fucking 10 coins. I slipped my mind at some point, I guess. I don't know. Or I didn't see it. I wonder which one I didn't get. Wouldn't surprise me if it was that one. Universal's great, and as always, I really enjoyed, you know, my trip. Epic Universe was a lot of fun, and the other parks, you know, they filled up days. They filled up the other days, and you know, despite me knowing them really well, I still spent my entire day there. Even if some time at the park was spent like, you know, oh, thunder hit nearby my water attraction, so Ripsaw Falls closed down for like an hour, so I just sort of hung out in line until it reopened, and then, like, you know, talked to like the, like in line in Ripsaw Falls, there was like a Englishman next to me who had come all the way from the UK, and I talked to him for a bit until he was like, okay, I gotta go, I don't know when it's gonna reopen. And then it reopened and everyone cheered. And, you know, it was, you know, it's fun sometimes where you're waiting in line and before you know it, you're the first one up. And then you ask, like, okay, how's this, wait, what's that over there? We gotta get, how do we get to that door? You ask yourself, right? You ask, like, okay, well, who's gonna go first? Us or the express people? You know, because there's totally some express people who have also been waiting on the other side. And the guy behind me is like, oh, well, it's gotta be us, right? And then they let in, like, a couple of express people. And then they let in a couple more express people. And then a couple more express people. And it's like, oh, well, you're wrong. It's definitely the express goes first, which, hey, fair, whatever. They're the one who paid money, or are probably more likely staying at one of the express hotels. I imagine it really wasn't that busy. I imagine people probably weren't paying for express at the old parks. If you're paying for express, you're probably doing it at the new parks, or, you know, at Epic Universe. You know what I mean? There's only one of them, but so new parks is grammatically inaccurate. Happy Horrible Night, says Nabbit, and Nabbit Gaming and Drawing Channel. Happy Horrible Night. It's a good night. It's Tuesday. I'm having a good night. I will say, this is definitely more fun on Friday when it's, you know, the weekend and we can all relax. This level's good, yeah. No, I don't have a problem with it or nothing. It's just a little long, you know? I think we'll be able to beat it this time. It's just long and I'm getting tired. I'll say, like, I had a lot of long days at Universal, you know, and definitely even now still am getting tired pretty early in the day. God, like the night, first night back in back in the U.S. or I was about to say the U.S. That's not correct. First night back in back home, I slept for like nearly 12 hours. I was just beat to hell. You know, that's just how you do after you spend a lot of 12-hour days walking 10 to 11 miles. Maybe 10 to 12, really. I want to go with you one day. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely I could go, like, you know, there's like organizations that go to theme parks, right? I could join one of those clubs, you know, like Orlando Informer or whatever, and they have like exclusive nights where a bunch of like theme park heads go. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun like time for a trip. You know, certainly I hear it was kind of a party like on Rip Ride Rocket's final day, which you know, part of me does go like, oh man, it'd be so cool if I had like, you know, went out to there, but really I was dead by the end and my feet were dead as well. Like I could not have spent another day, you know. You're not a huge theme park head, but you like them. Gotcha. Yeah, they're great. Exclamation point. Hang on, I got you, Nabbit. Here's how you submit. Look at that message that is in chat right now. You don't know rides on a first name basis? I can understand that. I'm definitely like sometimes... You know, I've said before, I watch a lot of anime, but I don't necessarily internalize all the main characters' names. You know, I'm watching like 20 to 30 shows a season. I can't remember everything, you know? It's just very much oftentimes I'm like, you know, they say the name and I understand the context and I get it from that. And, you know, that's good enough. Let's go. Taking off my headphones for a second. You know, they get a bit stuffy sometimes. The headphones do. Like little air, you know, for my ears. Shall we start the next topic? There is still another topic to discuss. Just a quick short one, which is to say, like, yes, after all that 5 days of Epic, I went and did... It's fine, Nabbit. Just know you're gonna hear some stuff. After all that, I did 1 day of Disney with cousins. Hollywood Studios, Magic Kingdom, and Epcot. Let's go. This will be another timestamp, I guess. You know, just for some Disney stuff at the very end. You know, after all that Epic Universe and other Universal sites, I decided, like, you know, I thought it'd be cool to do Disney as well. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Crybaby Walk. How did I get fewer 10 coins than the last time? Last time I had 6 when I got here. How's that possible? What happened? Oh, there's one of them. Right there. Can you sub and like? You can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna stop you. If you think you're ready for it, go ahead. You know, I've said before that, like, I think that anyone of high school age is basically ready for whatever. You know, basically ready to hear whatever. And, you know, that's why I don't age restrict crap. You know, because, like, I kind of think that... Shit, I dropped my headphones. That's not close. I kind of think that, I think it's kind of silly, you know? I do think that, like, some crap should be restricted insofar as, like, yeah, like an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, they're not ready to hear the fuck word. That's true. They're not ready for some innuendos. That's also true. But 14, 16, it's like, yeah, you're getting to the point where you're gonna hear them in school. It's fine, you know? Like, I do think with the parental guidance crap that's been going around the news and all, it's like, okay, well, if you want to make laws for 10-year-olds, it's like, that's fine. But as soon as you start treating 16-year-olds like 5-year-olds, it's like, hang on. You're talking about high schoolers. And high schoolers famously are probably more crude than the people who make the content that you're looking to ban, you know? I started watching Sopranos when I was like, 12, 13, and I turned out great, so I don't got a problem with it, Nabbit. You're cool. 14 seems fine, I don't know. Anyway, Disney, went to Disney. That's a wild take? I don't know. Maybe. I also think it's more of a matter of the individual, you know? Mostly joking? Okay. I mean, I think... How long did it take to do the level? Diego Movies, how long did it take to do the level? I think we've been at this level for a bit now. It's kind of a long one. And it takes a while to die if you're gonna die. I think we got all the coins. 2 days, says Diego. Nice. That's a good turnaround. Very impressive. Anyway, Disney. I got this. Oh, I need my card. You literally was shown Step Brothers at age 7 and you're not okay? Send help. I don't know what... Step Brothers, that's like the Will Ferrell movie, right? Where the guy says, like, did we just become best friends? That one? I think I saw that one once. I don't know. I'll say it. I don't remember it being, like, particularly filthy. I definitely watched Anchorman around that age as well. Like, age of, like, 11, 14. And that is, you know, gets a little blue, you know. Ain't your first rodeo? Using your free time before school? Nice. Before school restarts. Gotcha. Diego.
Oh, yeah.
You first watched Sopranos when you were 30? Way late to the party? Yeah, I was watching it when it was coming out. I was a very small kid. When my parents got HBO, that was when I started watching it. As like a tiny baby. I watched The Wire for the first time in my 30s, I would say, or maybe like late 20s. So like I'll say like that's not true of every show that exists, but for Sopranos, like I was an early adopter. Thank you for the level, Diego. Let me go ahead and hit the thing. Hit complete and pull up the next level. 06i is up next. 06i has confirmed. Perfect. What are we doing now, 06i? Continuing with the previous level? The last level in the Super World? The Wire is great. I really love The Wire. One of your levels? You are 5th in the queue, so 5 levels away. You're last in the queue, Nabbit. Please understand, it's a first come, first served basis. Here's some photos. Whoopsie daisy. I gotta pull up the Disney photos. Here they are. Went to Disney World. And went to Hollywood Studios, which after a quick loop around the one loop that it has, and seeing like the Monsters fence, I'll say Monsters fence. I think that's a real missed opportunity. They should have put a sign over Mike, as they do in the joke. You know, there should be a sign over Mike that says like pardon our progress or some shit. You know, that crap. They should have done that. They didn't. That's fine. Went on Mickey and Minnie's. I think that is a great trackless ride. How long will be streaming? Longer. We still got a little bit of Disney to talk about, and then it'll be pretty not that much more. Hello, Eat a Toast. Talking about Disney right now. Mickey Minnie is great. I really like the way that it starts out with a train, and then all the little individual parts of the train like break apart. That is very cute and creative, and the ride looks great. Can't go wrong with Hollywood Tower. Hollywood. What's it called? The Tower of Terror. Tower of Terror. Can't go wrong with that attraction. Rock and Roller Coaster is pretty decent. A perfectly good dark ride. And Rise of the Resistance is world class. I'll say we went through the. I'll say like for this last day, I was going with my cousins. Both of them that are like in the area. One of them I was staying with, and the other one is her sister. And we all went through the single rider queue on Rise of the Resistance, which I was a little concerned about because like there's some parts that are really cool in the queue. But you still get to, even though you go through like a unthemed hallway to get to the other side, you still get to see the stormtrooper business. And then when they seat you in the ride vehicle, that's just, you know, everyone gets that. That's not really exclusive to not, you know, single riders get to see that regardless. And it's just a real damn good with you know, trackless ride with some really cool effects. And I really love the drop at the end. The drop, I think, really makes it for me. That ride, Rise of the Resistance. Just really cool that they were able to get that working. I feel like I wish that Ministry had the same, was able to have that, you know? I like these bathrooms. They have like multiple single occupancy bathrooms at the Star Wars area. You know, as much as I love Islands of Adventure, I feel like that's the one thing that Islands of Adventure doesn't have. Single occupancy bathrooms. All the bathrooms are like crap, you know, or just like no privacy style at Islands. That's a shame. The Disney kind of low-key has a lot of areas where there's multiple of them, which is pretty nice, especially because, like, you know, they're nice bathrooms. What the fuck? Went and did. We'll discuss this one after this level. Let's play the level. Oh, the clear rate probably was fine, right? So no bonus heads on this one. Yeah, I'll say, just in general, like, just... In general, I think Hollywood Studios, just for me, has the largest share of attractions that I care about and I'm interested in riding at, This is kind of cool, the way that it, stops and starts every time you need to, like, do a thing. Or have to escort it forward. Then keep it moving. I really like Hollywood Studios for having like the most attractions that speak to me. I will say though, it is still very much where you can ride them all in like, you know, quarter of a day, you know, a third of a day and be fine. You know, I'll say just in general, for me personally, as a theme park, I like the thrill rides, and I like roller coasters especially. For me, Universal has a lot more to offer than Disney does. In general. And as a result, like, one day in Disney is plenty for me. But it was a really good day, I'll say. It was a really nice day, it was a fun day. Running around and, you know, riding the attractions. I'll say, before getting into it, before continuing with the story, I will say that I wasn't able to ride Slinky Dog. Slinky Dog was closed that morning, was just closed the whole day while I was there. And also, even if it wasn't, it gets a really long line. We didn't do Genie or anything, and just sort of relied on, like, what the fuck? I gotta remember to kill them with my sword. Kill them with my sword. Use the single rider to try to get past lines wherever we could, but, you know, that efficacy varied, I guess. I don't know. Didn't realize the Ernest Dog Ride would get such a long line. Oh, it's very popular, you know? And also, like, it is, I'm pretty sure, just like a really good launch coaster. Just like slightly sub-Hagrid's, you know? Not quite to the level of Hagrid's, but like, it's like baby's first Hagrid's. You know? Which I guess is weird to say because, like, you know, Hagrid's is a ride that is a family coaster. But it's like, yeah, this is like slightly more family-ish. And also, it still has a launch that's pretty cool. Yeah, this is really cool. With the whole, like, gimmick of bouncing off the spike balls. I really like how there's an infinite amount of spike balls just, like, coming one after another. This is very cool. Damn it! It was the clear rate here below 1%. If it was, we messed up, but yeah, it's above. It's above. Okay, the 5 tries is what we needed to get. Let's go. Thank you, 06i. That was a really cool one. Wish we could have beaten it, but alas, it was harder than I expected, I guess. Hey, Nabbit, I see you're back. Next up is Crybaby Willow. Crybaby Willow, go ahead and confirm for me. Next up, my cousin had reserved, like, a spot in the cantina, which I guess is cool. I guess if you like drinking, or, you know, even, like, I was told after, like, what the hell? What do you mean? Like, I don't drink alcohol, so, like, I just don't really have that much interest in it. And I'll say, like, it was kind of cool in there, you know, there's, like, a robot DJ, and drinks that bubble up all funny style. Like, they got, like, dry ice or something in the base of this, and it was, like, steaming bubbles the whole time. My cousin said it was actually cold. But I'll say, like, the seats, and we had some weird pretzel stuff. I'll say, this was, like, nacho cheese combined with pretzel, and, like, a really weird sauce that was really, like, sharp on the tongue. You know, it was very much like, oh, that's the stuff I don't put on sushi. That I don't like to put on sushi, where it's all, like, spicy and stuff. Where it's kind of like, you know, I feel like when Epic Universe does weird stuff, it's like, ooh, this is weird and interesting. And I feel like every time I've tried something in Star Wars land, it's been like, oh, this is really weird and kind of ewy. You know, kind of like, nice try, but no. What is this garbage? It's original, but, like, I don't want to eat it. Anyway, I'll say I went outside, and, the weird thing about the bar was that it was standing room only. You had to stand, and, like, 6 days into a theme park trip, I could not stand. I could not stand at a booth. Oh my god, like, that is just a non-starter for me. Instead, I went outside, and I sit in the shade, and, that was better to me. Sitting outside in, like, under a tree. Not even under the, parasol, just under the tree is better than standing. Which, I'll say, like, I am very much the first to sit down in line if it seems like it's not moving. And probably, like, the only one I've seen in line to just go full recline, you know. When Stardust broke down the first time I tried to ride Stardust, I laid down on the ground. I don't give a fuck. I laid down 100% horizontal and just, like, you know, relaxed for 10, 20 minutes until it started back up again. And one of the workers walked by and was like, "You got the right idea." Talking about theme parks. Anyway, not a fan of the cantina, sadly, at the Star Wars area. Really just not my scene, since I don't drink any liquids other than water. You know, I only really drink water, so it's not really my jam. Crybaby is here, so Crybaby is good. Excellent. Star Wars Land is cool, though. Has good theming. You know, went and saw... Let's type in this thing. Has good theming, and is just kind of nice to be. You know, kind of chill and cool. I'll say, like, I don't think the Millennium Falcon ride is really good, and I'm not a fan of Star Tours either, so didn't do either of those. I feel like with the Disney Day, it's very much a story of, like, yeah, I just did, like, 2 rides per park, and then I moved on. And that's how I was able to do, like, 3 parks in one day. Just cherry-picking my favorite things that I actually have some interest in riding. I'll say, I did the Indiana Jones stunt show, which was pretty cool. They, you know, it sort of gives you, like, behind-the-scenes look at things. Like, between each action scene, they, like, you know, rebuild the sets. Sort of like how Bourne does, but, like, not automatically. Instead of, like, being instant and impressive, it's like, oh, it takes, like, 5 minutes to set up the next scene and do, like, some weird behind-the-scenes stuff, but it was alright. Last pictures of Hollywood Studios. Very nice. When someone does the button S, I'm always thinking it might be might level. Might be your level? Gotcha, Nabbit. I don't really follow, but alright, I understand, like, you might be thinking, is it my turn? My turn. Hollywood Studios is cool. I do think it's my favorite of the parks, but of the Disney parks. But I also think that, you know, I think in general, Disney just doesn't, like, speak to me as much as, Universal does, and that's fair. You know, I'm an older fella. I am, definitely a Universal adult, not a Disney adult. You know, just by my nature, I just like the thrill rides. And I don't really care that much for the kiddie rides. And especially ones that are just, you know, basic.
Oh no!
Yeah, you'd be more into Universal these days? Definitely, that's my big feeling. I do think there's a couple things at Disney that are worth seeing, but also I can definitely see them in a day. Like, all of them, park-wide. I mean, I didn't see Everest. That's the one thing I didn't see. What the hell is this? Oh, I already got this. Yes, I see you dabbing. Nabbit. It's cool.
Oh
Fuck.
no!
We can just talk about Magic Kingdom. It's nice. Very not busy. I mean, look at Main Street there. We got there around midday, no one there. The lines were short as hell. And apparently the reason that is because they were closing at like 6 p.m. for, I think it was the start of Horror Nights or something.
Oh no!
Of like the Mickey Mini Horror Nights situation. And as a result, like, you know, basically the lines were short as can be, which was pretty spectacular. Yeah, it's a little bit worrisome. We're running out of lives. I had a weird... Look at this. I had a breakfast... I had an egg roll, spring roll, that was like full of burger stuff. Unfortunately, it also included pickles, which I definitely could taste. Which, I don't like. But it was fine. I ate it. I'll say, like, look, as I understand it, Disneyland's like food offerings are not exactly gourmet, you know? Like, other than Epcot, you're kind of slumming it as far as like, mostly theme park food at Disney. And I mean that in the most negative way. Magic Kingdom is not a great place to eat, is my understanding, and this was fine. It was just like, yeah, give me some food before, you know, tide me over until my Epcot dinner coming up. From there, I think we're doing pretty well. We're in the clear. Oh right, these things are the indicator here. The hidden blocks are. What the fuck?
Oh,
We gotta go get a. We gotta get a POW block to deal with that. Okay. I didn't realize that was there. Yeah, we need to deal with that before we actually go over there. Oof. Oof. Magic Kingdom was nice. I liked how not busy it was, and it was very easy to ride the 2 rides that I had planned on. You know, really, my Disney World day was very easy since I went in with a very limited agenda and was able to do more than I really planned on, honestly. Just for the most part. Like, yeah, from there, went to Tron, which is lovely. I love that first launch through like the outside area. That's really nice and very cool. I think that is just really cool. And then inside, it's kind of just. I think Tron is like a better version of Space Mountain, insofar as it's just inside. You're going down. You go up a little bit and then down more than you go up, right? It's just like turning and going down, one step at a time, and that's fine. You know, I don't have a problem with that or nothing. It's just I do think structurally a little predictable. I don't know. How the hell do you get? How the hell do you deal with this? Don't get it. Want to go back? I see no choice other than to go back. Tron's great. I do think that it's on my second ride. I rode it once before, the last time I was at Magic Kingdom. I think my second ride, I did it is a very short ride, probably about as short as Donkey Kong or Werewolf or Curse of the Wolf. Maybe a little shorter, honestly.
oh no.
I don't know how I get there. That's confusing to me. Crybaby Willow, if you have a suggestion for us, let me see. I think we're out of lives though, and the clear rate is above 1%. If only because there's one clear in like less than 100 tries. So that's all the lives that are allotted to us. I'll say, Crybaby Willow, every viewer does have an instant refresh that they can use at any time. So if you want to instant refresh us right now, that is up to you. Let me give you a second to like think about that. Meanwhile, Pitch Shifter is up next. If you want to confirm now, that'd be really nice. After that, went to the area that formerly had the Rivers of America. Look in the, ooh, hey, an instant refresh. Excellent. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you, Crybaby Willow. Look at that. We got an instant refresh. We're going back in. The block doesn't have to be directly above the lamp, so it's a little above the slopes. Oh, so it's like multiple layers above. Oh. Oh. I see. Look at this, folks. Look at this. The rivers of America. They drained it. They closed it like a month ago, apparently. And my cousin said, like the week before, she was at Disney doing like a day at Disney with some of my other cousins who were there for like a birthday celebration thing and like drinking around all the kingdoms and stuff, all the parks and stuff. And at that time, the river was filled. So they've drained it like over the last week or so, which was really neat to see. I took a bunch of pictures of just the drained rivers of America, which, hell, you know, like that is fascinating. And you can just see it. They didn't like fence it off entirely. I went on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which was okay. You know, I definitely think it pales in comparison to you know, Ripsaw Falls, which is the best log flume in the world. Mushrooms indicate another hidden block. Okay. I think it pales a bit in comparison to Ripsaw Falls, but it was like fine.
Oh no!
There was some music, some dancing, some nice animatronics, and I did think it was cool that you shrunk down in the back half. That's a good gimmick. It's just hard for me to find a 50-foot plunge exciting after, you know, the much more picturesque Ripsaw Falls 75-foot drop. Honestly, I think they should have also I think they should have like done some more work with Tiana's, you know, they should have also like changed the ride system and not just reskinned the old ride, but also just like, you know, done something impressive with it. I guess that's just me though. I don't have that much nostalgia for the original Splash Mountain. So like, you know, it doesn't do much for me to say like, oh, it's just Splash Mountain. I guess also the people that are nostalgic for Splash Mountain, I feel like this should work, but I don't know. Try Q. Is Nightbot being weird? Wonder if Nightbot's being weird. I thought this should work. Maybe Nightbot is like down or something. That's weird. Nightbot should be replying to Q and all that with a link to the queue. I think Nightbot is just down. Nightbot is what usually does those message. Current works. Yeah, that's because that's Warp World that does that message. Your levels are coming up, Nabbit. Sadly, you can't, shit. That's weird. What's going on with Nightbot? Usually Nightbot works, so whatever, I don't know what to say. When's the last time Nightbot said anything? Too long ago. I think that, is Nightbot just down for the Twitch side? Hang on, let me do Q over on the... Let me do something real fast. Q. Oh, great. It does a ... on the link. Hang on, let me just copy the link real fast. me see. Does this work? No. Fucking. God damn it. Hang on 1 second. I'll get you the link to the queue. Let me... Oh, it like opened it in a new window, which I cannot... Okay, here we go. There's the list. Warp Nightbot seems to not be replying to Twitch people, but it is working on the YouTube side. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it somehow got parted from my channel? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Was Nightbot at all on today? I bet it's not getting the logs either. Not logging like what everyone is chatting. Usually it does that, but go fucking figure. I don't know. Tiana's was okay. It's cute. Not as good as its competition, and I feel like they probably could have, like, you know, rethought the ride to, you know, be better than the competition. But I guess the weird thing about Disney is they're not that competitive with Universal, and I don't know, maybe they don't think they need to be. I don't know. We'll see how they're feeling now that Epic Universe is open, and it's great. Maybe they're feeling a little bit like, you know, hot under the collar. You know, a little bit like, I don't know, like, we got Cars Land coming, we got Monsters Land coming, we got Villains Land coming. We don't got nothing. We got new expansions for every single bit. So maybe they're feeling like they're in a good shape. I don't know. I'm a little confused here. Maybe the mushroom means under? Yeah, what's up with the mushroom? What does it mean exactly? I'm thinking like it could mean like a hidden block under. I'm a little unclear. Ugh. Torn on Monsters Land. It should be fun, but Muppet Vision 3D is being replaced because of that. I'll say, like, last time I was here, I did not ride Muppet Vision 3Ds. Probably should have done, but I didn't, so, you know. I feel like I've always felt like it's a land that's very easy to miss. And hopefully with a roller coaster, with, like, a proper, like, SEE ticket. They call it, like, an E-ticket at, like, Disney, right? With one of those in that area, it should be harder to miss. You know, it's kind of out of the way, kind of in a back corner now, and you don't have to, like, go through it to get anywhere. The block is where the two mushrooms intersect. Interesting. So that would be, like, up here? How the hell would you even get up there? It's a little high. Donut blocks. Oh! That's devious. And it's like right there. Am I far enough? I wasn't far enough, and also I should probably just try jumping. Regardless. Lower than that. I need to jump lower than that. Like right here. It's hard to judge how far you need to go. Like, yay? There we go. Yeah, I'll say, like, I don't have that much affection for the Muppets ride. I will say though, hey, Rock and Roller Coaster is going to become a Muppets attraction. I think that's a cool pairing, I think. Fuck.
Oh, no.
Damn it. I didn't realize. Ah, damn, jeez. Oh, hey, we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes our doodads. And we lost one. So let's go. I'll also say, next ride to talk about, I did go on the Haunted Mansion, which last time I was there, we did not ride. Like 2 years ago, I went to Disney World and I did everything in 2 days. 2 parks a day, and Haunted Mansion was one that we skipped for time, and also not being necessarily my thing. I thought it was all right, cute little ride, harmless, I guess. I'm not like the hugest appreciator of it. I don't know. It's fine. I do feel like when I was on it, I was definitely thinking about Monsters Unleashed, Monsters Unchained, which is like a comparable attraction and is just like a million times more modern and like a better plot. It has a plot, like that is just like the original of those, and Monsters Unchained just looks like 50 years of advancements later. And personally, I like the more modern ride. I don't know. It's fine. Took the monorail to Epcot from there, which is nice. I like how you I like at Epcot how you take the monorail all the way around. It gives you a nice view of the whole park. Luigi, okay. Next time I die, you will see Luigi. Cat boy. What is with the door? I don't know, but there's nothing up there, so let's go through the door. Nice. A Luigi lover. We all love Luigi. All big fans of Luigi here. I'll say I did take a picture of Luigi's costume in the Mario Kart queue, and, think about, I did think a little bit about Luigi Mangione. Luigi's Mansion, as he's sometimes called. What's that guy up to? It's been a while since, thought about that guy. Your level's gonna come up, don't you worry, Nabbit. First come, first serve. Gotta play this level first. And, where the hell's the key? Your levels are later, Nabbit. There's 3 more levels, including this one, and then it's your level. Singular. 1 level. How the hell what am I doing? Oh, maybe I go back, now that I've seen that clue. And in this version of the level, I jump over here. No? I thought for maybe over here. Nothing over there. Nothing over here. Maybe like between these these booths? I don't get it.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. Ah. Hey, there's Luigi. Hell yeah. How about that? At Epcot's, very nice orb, by the way. Mostly just went directly to the restaurant. We ate at Les Chefs of France. The Chefs of France. I tried escargot for the first time. It's kind of good. Kind of liked it. I can't for the life. It tasted like something I've had before, but I couldn't for the life of me put my finger on what it tasted like. But it was kind of a funny flavor, but like kind of good funny. Had some bread and this like braised pork, which I'll say was so goddamn soft. Like this shit was delicious. This very expensive, of course, I'm sure. But like this low key was the best meal of the trip. Like including the Epic Universe days and the really good burger at Wimpy's. This like really slow cooked piece of chicken or pork or whatever it was. Pork was goddamn absurdly delicious and just so And then there was a little bit of cake after. Really nice restaurant in France. And then I went around and saw the rest of the countries. It's cool. It's cool. Epcot is always a good place, if not for rides, if then for like enjoying some theming and also dinner. And by the way, Test Track was like closed down most of the day. And then when we got here, it had like a 70-minute wait even for single rider. So I did not see Test Track 3.0. I'll say I didn't like Test Track 2.0, so it's probably fine, honestly. Like, yeah, no, it's a ride I don't like. It's a ride I don't like. An improved version of it, arguably. But still, it's a ride I don't like, so, yeah, how about fuck that? I very quickly decided, like, yeah, we're not waiting for that. Even if I could maybe get on, even if it was possible to, like, get on, the other ride, Guardians, after waiting on it. I was beat, I was tired. After that, like, I would rather just do Guardians and leave. And, not to spoil the story, but, like, yeah, I went on Guardians, and then I left. There were some fireworks on the way out, which, honestly, went pretty hard. I was pretty impressed by their fireworks show at Epcot. I didn't know their fireworks show went that hard. I'll say, I think Guardians fucking is great. I love the way that the ride vehicles rotate. God damn it. I love the way that the ride vehicles, like, rotate, and that makes it so that it can do things like have a backwards launch into a mostly forwards ride. It like, turns you as you're going around turns and stuff to, like, look at, oh, there we go. I found it. Okay, cool. It, like, turns you to look at, like, cool bits of scenic, bits of theming. And I think it is just a fantastically remarkable, dark ride. And I'll say, like, this was the second time I was riding it, Guardians. I do think I would give it the nod over Mummy, just barely, and say it's the #1 dark ride in the world that I know of. I think it's just slightly better than Mummy. And I love Mummy. It feels weird to say, like, yeah, I think that's a better dark coaster. I think it's just barely, not to say that Mummy doesn't also have a lot of incredibly good elements and cool, like, roller coaster stuff, but I think that the rotation gimmick adds a lot, as does, like, top-of-the-line, like, special effects and, like, theming. Guardians is a hell of a cool ride, and I definitely think it's, like, my favorite ride at Ooh, and then from there, we took the Skyliner back to where my cousin had parked, and then we went home. I don't know where we go from here. Looks like we have to get, like, a... Maybe go through the door. Did I not go through the door? That gets me out of the pit, but what? Get this guy nice and low so I can jump off these walls. Jesus. Okay, jump over here. Oh, no, there's no point to this. This is a dead end. Unless there's like a hidden block over here. You need to watch out for the indicator of like, oh, a thing's hidden here. At least on the other side. Right, there's like a thing right there. Beautiful. Think maybe something right here. Like a mushroom or... No? Oh, damn it. I think we got this figured out, though. We know where to go. We just need to do it. So anyway, yeah, that's Disney. That was my Disney day. It was a really fun day. Doesn't really have the same, Yeah, I know, this level is long. That's true. Doesn't really have the same, like... Doesn't really have as much as Universal for me. Where, you know, we talked about earlier, I mentioned with Epic Universe, you know, it kind of feels weird that you can do it all in one day. But I will say, like, I did find it much easier to fill up a day at Universal, Epic Universe, than at, like, any individual Disney park, or even the two original Universal parks, you know? Like, all of those parks are very much dependent on park hopping for, like, you know, making a full day out at them, you know, worthwhile. Like, I would not do a single day at any of the other theme parks other than Epic Universe. And when they do have park hopping at Epic Universe, I'm sure I will probably not do a full day at Epic Universe. But, like, I could. Give me a clue. Give me a clue, crybaby. I would love a clue right now. If there's an indication of, like, where to go, I've not seen it. I would bet it'd be the other side, because it looks like the mushroom that we get on this side is like, the mushroom is used on the other side, so it's probably cash it in here, or you get it here, cash it in over there. I'm tired as well. What can you do? It's a long level. Some levels are long and confusing. Make you go, ah. I feel like over here. Okay, I found it. I don't know what the clue was to get there, but wait. I need a key. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Oh my god. Okay. Well, fuck. Disney for me is not as exciting as Universal. And like, you know, I do think part of it is probably, you know, having some help, you know? Like, whenever I go to, Disney, I've gone with my cousins who are big-time Disney adults. One cousin is cool and just down for whatever. The other one, you know, is into the pin trading. That's the thing that she likes to do at the parks. And, you know, if you like to enjoy the parks in a different way, like, I'm not, you know, I think that's cool. I think it's cool that she has her own thing that she likes to do while there. Not really my jam, but, hey, you know, to each their own. What the fuck, right? It's nice to have the Disney adults there, though, because they can, like, help you out and tell you where to go and like, you know, help you through. Definitely, like, you know, I said before, like, you know, they were like my Mike Minotti, you know? Mike Minotti being a giant bomb guy who loves the Disney parks, talks about them all the time, and, you know, if you're gonna go to Disney, get yourself a Mike Minotti to, like, show you around and, like, help you to get to the rides you want to go to. What the fuck is going on here, anyway? We're out of time, which means, by the way, that, we lose a life for every 100 seconds on the clock, and, that means we're out of lives. So that's gonna do it, sadly. As I said, you know, we've spent plenty of time on this level. Thank you, Crybaby Willow. Unfortunately, we were unable to do it, unable to finish it. Thank you, thank you. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss here. Little confusing on that one. Pitch shifter. Go ahead and confirm. Pitch shifter. Christ, that was way too long. I have considered, you know, maybe there should be like timers per level in addition to the lives gimmick, but you know, so far we've gotten by without one. So it feels weird to introduce new stipulations and new rules. Oh, also the timer is down today for maintenance, so I guess we couldn't even do that even if that was the idea. You know, maybe if I'm switching out the timer for something less dependent on, like, an external website, maybe we could also make it so that the timer was used for more things other than, you know, maybe even used during the lightning round, for instance. Like an 8-minute timer during the lightning round? Would that be fair? That maybe would be fair, honestly. That'd probably be more than fair. Keep it moving. We'll think about it. Pitch shifter is here. Excellent. Time for some final thoughts on the trip. Final thoughts and also a tier list. Here's a tier list for the whole trip, plus some rides I haven't ridden in a minute that I included on the tier list. Each life is 1 minute. I guess that would be the implication of, like, that. I was just thinking 12 is, like, the normal amount, so, like, 8 is, like, 2/3 of that. Pretty reasonable. Tier list. Tier list. So, we're not going to go item by item. There's too many for that, but we're going to go tier by tier for Epic Universe, and then just sort of fill out the rest of the parks really fast. So for F tier for Epic Universe, I put the Carousel and Yoshi's Adventure. Both of those are probably best in their genres, but one is a carousel and the other is a kiddie ride. And also, the kiddie ride is in the hot Orlando sun, and you're gonna get baked in that. I think it's better in Japan, honestly. Like, I think I rated the Japan version higher, honestly, but whatever. For C tier, I have Dragon Racers Rally and Mario Kart. These are both rides that are perfectly good to skip. You can skip both of these. It's fine. Maybe only do them if you have Express, because then you can skip any line that they have. I put Fire Drill in B. I think it is perfectly good. I think it is a fun ride, and if it's hot, worth riding. For A, I have put Minecart Madness and Curse of the Werewolf. These roller coasters are a little bit short, but they both offer something that you cannot find in any other ride, and are a lot of fun as well. So, to me, that puts them over. It's not only that they're good, fun rides, but they offer something unique that you cannot find elsewhere in Orlando, or even really, let's just say elsewhere in Orlando. There are other Mac Extreme Spinners for what it's worth, but they're solid, novel rides. Next, I put Monsters Unchained and the Ministry of Magic ride at A+. Those are both really high-quality dark rides with good theming and effects and stories. Worth riding, very fun. And finally on S, I put Stardust Racers and Hiccup's Wing Gliders, which are very much the, Velocicoaster and Hagrid's Motorbike Adventure 1-2 punch of Epic Universe. They are incredible rides, both of them, and just a ton of fun. Great launches, great elements, and I love them if for their own reasons. I think even Wing Gliders, my first impressions was like, oh, it's the Hagrid's we have at home. I think that's unfair because it has one thing up on Hagrid's, which is that it goes through the actual land. You can see it, and that's always something that I really appreciate in a coaster. For the other parks, Islands has the lion's share of S tiers. I think that is why Islands is the best theme park in the world, because, half of its attractions are S tier. From its water rides to its dark rides to its 2 S tier roller coasters. I do think some of the other attractions are pushed down a little by, Harry Potter, for instance, is definitely pushed down by the fact that Monsters Unchained is a better version of it. And that is also the case in the case of the tier list for studios. Donkey Kong is in A tier. It's the Minecart Madness ride. Studios also, I think, some loses some a little bit from for instance, let's see, Transformers is pushed down by all these new rides being better than it, but as a solid lineup, Rip Ride Rocket, it was definitely the best thing at the park, and now I guess the second best thing is Race Through New York with Jimmy Fallon, which feels really weird to say. They should add more attractions, and they are. They should do some more things. And finally, here's all the Disney stuff. I'll say, for me at Disney, the only S tier is Guardians of the Galaxy. But there's a bunch of A+ tiers and A tiers and just really solid attractions all around. And, there's also a lot of stuff that doesn't really do it for me that I really don't like riding. And also, by the way, if you're wondering which of these I hate the most in F tier, it's Villains Con. Villain Con is the worst of the lineup. Where did I put Despicable Me? Despicable Me in B. Yeah, that's about right. I'm actually surprised I put Simpsons over Despicable Me, but that's fine. That's fine. That's a fine ordering. I'm sure I thought about this a bunch. That's that. Let's go into the next level by Pitch Shifter. And also, I'll just do the last Universal Orlando card. It was one hell of a trip. Oh my god, it was such a trip. A lot of 12-hour days at theme parks. 11, 12, maybe 10 miles at minimum, walking every day. Just getting back to the hotel and basically having enough energy to play a little bit of a game, watch a few episodes of whatever, and then go to bed. Just exhausting days, but so much fun, and I got, like you saw over the last couple of hours, so many amazing pictures, and I love it. I love going to theme parks. It was a great trip. Can't wait to do it some again, probably sometime next year. Let's play this one. Mobile Suit Gundam. After, let's just say right now, after this level, we're gonna close the queue. And I'll say, we're not gonna do a last call today. We're just gonna go right into, final, whatever. I feel like, it's getting pretty late. It is a weekday. Let's just expedite a little bit and, go right to the last. I'll say, I do have a handful of things I should talk about that aren't Universal related, but I'll say it's like 5 cards. We have 6 levels in queue. We absolutely have enough runway to, you know, get it done. I'll also say that I'll give, Pitch Shifter, if you want to get in one last level, if anyone else wants to get in any last levels, now is the time. Or, you know, like, after I clear this level, I will give Pitch Shifter the time to hit a button. Nabbit, understand, it's first come, first serve. I can't say that enough. I understand it's been a bit. I do talk about stuff a bit in between the stuff, but, no. Have a little patience. What the fuck? I don't know what to say. I will be doing your levels as soon as they... Fucking hell! We got the check... Did I refresh at the checkpoint? I feel like I didn't refresh at the checkpoint. I probably have 2 left. That's... I think that's right. Is that right? Whatever, last try. Let's go. Anyway, I think that's enough thinking about Universal. I think that's enough talking about Universal. Epic Universe is great. It is perfectly good to spend a whole day at, I'll say. And once it has park hopping and other, you know, expansions and all that, it's gonna be even better. It is one of the best theme parks in the world, and, you know, the rest of Universal is up there as well. And Disney World is good for a day, for me. I'll do Disney again when they add a bunch new attractions. You know, like when Villains Land opens and all that. That'll be like 5 years from now, I bet. So, whatever. Yeah, let me hit complete. And, go ahead and get the next one up. Next one up is Nuggies, and then Nabbits. Nabbit, you're coming up, Nabbit. It's first come, first serve. You can look at the queue, look at the list, and see who is ahead of you. You understand how a line works. I'll say, like, you know, being at Universal, you get intimately familiar with lines and how they work. And of course, with any line, you can sometimes buy an express pass, but that's like that's money, you know. And also I can't currently offer that on YouTube because I don't have access to membership type stuff as of yet. So, usually, here we would do a last call, and I would play one or more of my own levels, but today, we're just going to skip right by it. Pitch Shifter already added a level back in there. Excellent. So, let's just go ahead and get it closed, and we're going to finish out the levels in queue, and also talk about a few last things. I will say I have a few topics here that aren't Universal related. I'll say, like, it hasn't been that busy of a news week. As far as I know, not much has happened, and I haven't been playing that much. So, like, there's not that much to discuss that's not Universal, so it all kind of works out. Yeah, like the card says, vacation talk is now over. Did y'all watch that Kirby Air Ride Direct? I did. It looks pretty good. I didn't play the original Kirby Air Ride. I never have. Actually, I tried it a bit on my Retroid and didn't really get it. But it does sound very intriguing. And the way that it, like, you know, has a bunch more characters, a bunch more machines, and a lot more variety there. And I do like to hear Sakurai, you know, sounding pretty excited about the games he is making. It looks pretty sick. If you get the game, you'll main Chef Kawasaki. Yeah, that's cool. I hope that the Kirby 64 characters are in there. Let's go with Purple Kool-Aid Swamp. Did Nuggies confirm, by the way? I didn't do the message for Nuggies, so let me just do that. And then, let me go ahead and put into sudden death until Nuggies confirms. Let's go. You're up next, Nabbit. Don't you worry. I thought it was a good direct. I'll say it was all, like, subtitled and crap, you know? It was all subtitled, so it was kind of hard to watch, like, you know, in the background during a workday. But, it was fine. I was able to, catch enough of it to understand, like, okay, they have characters. They made it so that all the characters can use the copy abilities, which, you know, the Sakurai was like, no characters have ever used the copy abilities but Kirby. But it is worth noting that, like, didn't like GUI, wasn't GUI, like, copy ability-ing, like, since, Kirby, you know, since he was, like, an alternate Kirby in, 3. Yeah, I want Adeline in there. I want Adeline. Or Addo. Isn't Addo from, Dreamland 3 and Adeline from, Kirby 64? Regardless, I want her and also the you know, the one with the spirit, the star shard thing. I want those in that game. It was pretty decent direct. Kind of surprised. I mean, I do think he was sort of, like, said a lot of the same information multiple times. But, like, yeah, that's just how Sakurai does sometimes. Like, I kind of felt like there wasn't that much to say about it. But also, like, you know, he was very excited to share, like, all the details and all the, you know, character, worlds, you know, vehicles, etc. that he had put in. As well as the special button, which I don't really understand what the need is for the special button. You know, the original game was one button only, and now they have a special button to do like an ultimate smash move, basically. That seems weird, but whatever, I bet it'll be fine. Wild to think a direct for the Kirby Air Riders was 3 times meatier than for Mario Kart. I don't know that it was. I just think it was a lot more, you know, he has a much more, like, energetic style. You know, he talks a lot more and has a lot more to say. And I appreciate that. I appreciate how much, how direct and human he is as a presenter. You know, I did really like it how he starts off by saying, like, oh, video game development is hard, huh? Why is it so hard? Anyway, you know, like, before he even introduces himself, he's like, man, video game development is hard, huh? Anyway, let's talk about this game. Thank you for the level, Nuggies. Let me go ahead and hit complete, and we'll get up the next one by Nabbit Gaming. Anyway, it was good direct. I saw that the Gamescom stuff was happening. I feel like the only announcement that really I noticed was like Bubsy 4D. Okay. That's kind of a head scratcher, but whatever. Let's talk about something else. I've been playing the Jiggies of Time ROM hack. That's pretty much the only thing I've been playing this last week. Like, I brought my Switch 2 with me to Orlando, but I didn't end up playing it that much. I ended up just keeping it in its bag mostly, and mostly just played the ROM hack of Banjo-Kazooie that makes it into, like, Ocarina of Time. You know, it's like Banjo-Kazooie, but set in Ocarina of Time's world. And mostly just been playing that. And I'll say it is cool. It is fun. I'll also say, like, it is definitely, like, I feel like it does have problems insofar as, like, the worlds are so big. They basically add a bunch on top of the existing, like, Ocarina of Time worlds where it's like, hey, Starboy. They add a bunch on top of the basic Ocarina of Time world, so it's not just like, what do we want? What do you want to do, Nabbit? Like the super world or latest or any preference? Let me know. They do a lot of, thinking for a second. The, Starboy, it seems like the Nightbot isn't responding today. Let me copy paste for you. Here. There you go. I'll cover for the Nightbots. There you go. The queue is currently closed. I can let you in though. Hang on, I got you. There. Just for you. Just for you. No one else. Starboy, feel free to get one in. Jiggies in Time is pretty good. Whatever you like. I'll do the Super World then. Oh, and we'll do this, and we get bonus heads for that. Excellent. Exclamation point add to get that in. Exclamation point add, and then the code. You got it. Look at the pinned message. This is 2-1, but alterations. Interesting. Or maybe that's, yeah, this is 2-1, but it's a tutorial. That was another one of the levels, 2-1, but alterations. I guess this, fella likes 2-1 a lot. That's a fun beat. I'll say, let me get that, reclosed now. There we go. I'll say that, Jiggies in Time definitely, like, I'm doing really bad on this tutorial for what it's worth, but that's fine. Jiggies in Time definitely, like, makes things confusing sometimes, and there's a lot of places where, like, oh, the Jiggy that I need is, like, behind a fake wall. Or, like, it's in this massive world that, because they've added rooms and rooms and rooms on top of the existing rooms, it's kind of like the restrictive dying rules of Banjo-Kazooie, where when you die, you lose your notes and your Jinjos, but with the world sizes of, like, Banjo-Tooie, except even bigger than Banjo-Tooie in some cases. And also, you gotta recognize that sometimes it's just gonna be an invisible wall that you have to intuit that you can go through, and that is just kind of frustrating as all hell. But there's a pretty good guide online, so every time I get frustrated and just don't know where to go, I just check that and go like, oh, okay. There's where the Jiggy I'm missing is. Okay. Cool. It's been alright. I'm, like, at Gerudo's Valley right now. It's pretty cool hack. Jiggies in Time. That's the hack of Banjo-Kazooie that makes it so it's Ocarina of Time. That's all I've been playing this last week. And I'll say, by the way, I did not end up bringing it to the theme park. I realized real quickly, like, one, if I want to do water rides, I don't want to have a Retroid in my bag that could get damaged by water. And two, when I'm in line, I just really didn't have the energy to, like, take out a device and start playing a game when I knew I would know I need to, like, put it back into the thing and when I'm done anyway, you know. I feel like if I'm going to play a game, I want to be stationary and, like, planted in place, not, like, moving forward every 10 seconds or every 10 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever. Like, that's just not an environment where I want to be, like, using a 3DS sized device. Thank you, Nabbit. Hope you appreciate it seeing your level played. Got through nice and clean. Appreciate it. Next up is Self-Made V3000. You beat Castlevania 4 and I'm playing Kirby's Adventure and Shinobi 3. Cool. Yeah, I got a lot of retro games on my Retroid, but I haven't been playing much else other than Jiggies in Time recently. Honestly, not even on my Switch 2. It's been mostly Jiggies in Time. And again, a lot of that was that I had no energy at the end of the day. I basically just had like 1 hour of playtime per day this last week, and so didn't really have enough energy to like juggle a bunch of games. I will say I did start up Tony Hawk Underground randomly yesterday, and I feel like there were some other games I randomly started up, but recently on there just for a little bit of variety, but mostly Jiggies in Time. Self-Made, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, let's do another card. I've been watching The Office randomly. On the flight out there, I decided to do the in-flight entertainment, and they had some episodes of The Office, so I watched some episodes of The Office. The Office is a damn good show. I love The Office, and I haven't watched it in ages. So I've just been randomly rewatching some episodes lately. I should rewatch the whole thing, like start to finish, or at least start to season 7 or the start of season 8, let's say. Start to Michael leaving, let's say, for sake of example, sometime. Part of that is that my cousin, she's a big Office head, you know, and she's a big Office head. Her fiance hates it, which is very funny to both of us. And definitely, like, when I was staying over at her place, at her new house, which, by the way, I didn't mention, is, like, she just moved in, like, last weekend, so kind of in disarray, but it was comfy enough to stay in for 2 nights. We mostly just, like, sat down on the couch and like watch some episodes of The Office, which was nice as well. It's fun. It's funny, and I kind of miss it. I also watched some think pieces about The Office, you know, like random YouTube videos talking about The Office. I miss The Office. But also I recognize it became bad before it ended, and also I have like zero faith that the new series that they're doing is gonna be good. Okay, this is hard. I heard that Oscar is in it. I don't know. That could be fine. I should rewatch some more old sitcoms. I feel like old sitcoms are fertile for like rewatching. I feel like I've tried to rewatch a couple of them, like Always Sunny, which is hard to get through because some episodes are so uncomfortable. And also, I started rewatching Community once, but sort of fell off early on. I feel like Parks and Rec would be a good one to rewatch all of. I don't know. I wish they were on a service that I had. You know, definitely one of the things that was convenient was that she has the Paramount Plus or whatever, and the plane had like a couple episodes of them, so, you know, they were easier to get at. Whatever. Thank you, Self-Made V3000. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, and we'll move on to the next one. Cat Boy, you are up. Cat Boy. And we'll do another card. I watched Ice Cube, War of the Worlds. Cat Boy is here. Fantastic. Man! Hey, that Ice Cube, War of the Worlds, I think that's the worst movie I've ever seen. My God, it was miserable. It had like a really horrible, like, you know, political message, I guess. If it counts as a message. I think it is, and like the MacGuffin that the aliens are after. Oh my God, I feel like when you hear that, when that is revealed to you, it's like loses you brain cells. I watched the watch along that Dan Reichert did, and later after he did it, you know, I wasn't watching it live because I was exhausted that night and had to sleep, and because I had a 9 o'clock flight in the morning. But I watched it as soon as I got home, and oh my God, it was so stupid. It was so bad, and like I've heard that there have been other movies that do that sort of like, you know, watching a computer screen type of storytelling, but it's just I don't think that that works in general, and in this movie it was especially bad. 100 coins, 40 seconds. Okay, cool. Let me okay, we give that's above 1%. We get 5 lives. Though, Catboy, if you haven't used a instant refresh, remember you do have a complimentary one on the house. Okay, we need to know where the stuff is so we're not wasting our time. This... It was freaking awful. Yeah. Yeah. Do not recommend it. Only in the context of like, oh, you're gonna watch it with a group who like so bad it's good movies. And I would say, this is so bad it's bad, honestly. Like, I don't know it's so bad it's good. I just feel like it's so bad it's bad, you know? Oh, fuck me. I hated the characters. I hated, like, the whole, like, you know, the plot of War of the Worlds. Oh God, this has coins in it. Did we miss some there? We might have missed some there. That would be really bad if we missed some there. And also, we are way, way slow here. We're 30 coins off. Why did Ice Cube think being in that movie was a good idea? Well, I think they gave him money. Why did they think Ice Cube would be a good fit for the movie? Maybe that's like the more interesting question. I mean, I'll say he does do some very funny faces. Like the faces that he makes as like they have become like reactions, you know, GIFs and all that online, and for good reason, because he does some great faces. Touchdown. I think the dumbest thing, spoilers by the way, for Ice Cube War of the Worlds, worst movie I've ever seen, is just the idea that like, oh, you have been collecting all this data, comma, knowing that that it could cause an alien invasion. And it's just like, in what world does, you know, the government's collecting data on everyone have to be bad because specifically aliens might want it? Like, my God, that is such a dumb idea. I feel like I'm getting dumber just thinking about it, right? Like, like, no, it's just bad on its own. Like, Ice Cube going like, you military men, you're so irresponsible. All this data is like, you know, honey to the fly. And it's like, no, it's just dangerous on its own. And it can be misused in any number of ways, regular style, by regular human governments. You don't have to have aliens be real for data hoarding, you know, countries being a bad thing. Absolutely insane. Also, like, the Amazon integration of the movie. Like, how do you not... When you're putting that together, how do you not feel, like, totally embarrassed writing a scene where it's like, oh, I got it. It's the... I'm giving away the ending. But, like, that scene with, like, the Amazon air delivery thing, and, like, oh, it's the future of delivery. They've been testing this. And it's just like, how... That is the worst product placement I've ever seen. It's the worst product placement ever in a movie. How the fuck? I hated it. I hated every minute of it. And, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I watched it again. If, like, you know, I know some people who like to watch bad movies on air and watch them with whole, like, you know, their whole community. Yeah, literally so unbelievable in the worst way. Yeah, it's propaganda, it's unbelievable, and it's, like, so dumb it's, like, offensive to the viewer. Like, come on, do you think we're that stupid? Maybe at the time they thought it would, like, pan out. It is so weird also, it's just like a clear pandemic-era production. We ran out of lives, Cat Boy. Do you still have a refresh that you want to cash in? If you want to cash it in, now is the time. Let me see. Did you cash one in earlier? Yes, you did. Okay, so you are you are already spoken for. Okay, that's gonna be it for the level. That is a hard one. Jeez, Cat Boy. Terrible movie. My God. Eat a toast. Eat a toast. Go ahead and confirm. Do another card. Talk about what's on it. Bought a few things unrelated to theme parks. Yes, that's right. I got some new stuff. I got mostly shirts. You could kind of see I'm wearing one of them. And I'll just zoom out so you can see a little bit more of it. Let me make myself big so you can see. It's an Outer Wilds shirt. Brand new Outer Wilds shirt. I also got Dupless. Oopsie daisy. I got a Hollow Knight shirt. Oopsie daisy. Astrobot. Yep. UFO 50. And Baba Is You on shirt. And also, is it here? Is it in reach? Yes, it is. I got a Balatro training the playing card deck. Has some jokers in it. It's pretty cool. I will probably never use it because I don't play cards that often. That is recent acquisitions, all of them. I you know, expect me to be wearing some of those shirts in the next handful of streams. You know, I went back and forth this stream between the Outer Wilds shirt and the Dupless, and I decided on Outer Wilds since Celestial Park is sort of spacey, sort of space themed, little bits. It has a celestial type disposition. Outer Wilds is not so dissimilar. Feel like it was a good fit. Also, I just realized I did not do any prep work for the last card. Just have to really quickly get something together real fast. Eat a toast. It's 5 lives, right? 5 lives for this? Let's do it. I don't know, are these pipes all the same? Seems like a little bit of a maze. Nice selection. Thank you. Been a while since I got Fangamer shirts. Most of those are Fangamer. like to occasionally buy a bunch. And also, when a Yeti really strikes my fancy, I get it. You may need like double the lives for the boss. Ooh boy. Well, if you haven't used your instant refresh, that you could use it. Everyone gets a complimentary instant refresh this stream only. This stream only, specifically. We went through the central pipe first time, right? I'm not sure it makes a difference. This is a different room. It's like a ghost house, like a puzzle situation. We'll see what we can do. I'm getting tired as well. It's been a long day, you know. And you know, right pipe? I think this returns us to a room. Okay, yeah, this is a different room than we've been in before. This will be the last one. Kind of weird how it doesn't return us to, like, the basic lobby, but instead, one of the 3 branch rooms. Kind of odd, but whatever. Live with it. I can deal. Really happy with my purchases, as I often am. It's kind of funny. They apparently they arrived like they all arrived like the day before I got back, which was convenient. If they had arrived any later, then it would be very inconvenient. You know what I mean? I don't know. Would have been very inconvenient if I had arrived home and they'd been sitting outside for like a week. Well, whatever. I think that's about it for like, guards, honestly. Like, I think I might got, like, 2 more. Boss time? Let's go. Oh, boy. Oh, no, this doesn't look so bad. Oh, my God! It's a fire snake, and also it seems to be firing fireballs at me. Oh, jeez. I thought it would go up for some reason. Ooh, it's a survival? Excellent. Okay. Huh? Whoa, it split into 2 this time. That's odd. But it actually makes it harder rather than like easier or anything, so I guess that's it broke. Yeah, that's weird. I'll say I think I have 1 more card, which is just to yeah, spin the wheel for the rare gimmick. That has to do with in about 2 weeks. In a week's time, I'll be doing another Rareware playthrough, and the gimmick is that I spin a wheel to determine which one comes next, and there's 2 left, Conker's Bad Fur Day and Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color. I did not set up the wheel. I forgot to set that up before the stream, because, well, frankly, there were 300 photos that were on top of my mind. I could pull up the website, but that seems like a lot of work for something silly. How about I just go grab a coin and I flip a coin, and we'll have that be, you know, heads Mario or Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color, tails, you know, tails Bad Fur Day. That's close enough. And to do the whole wheel thing would take a minute to, like, set that up, get that whole, like, looking good spin. Really just slipped my mind with everything else I had to prepare for this stream. Yeah, you would be. Or, yes, if you still have your refresh, it is on the table. It depends, though, if I die. If I don't die, you won't have a chance to use it! I have to die one more time before you use it. Do I even have coins? I have some from when I was in Japan, I think. I have some as, like, souvenirs. So I can just grab those. Let's do that. Let's just flip a coin. There's just 2 options left. And, you know, not a big deal. Whichever one it is the one that it is. And then we'll just know whether next time it'll be, next Tuesday it'll be Conquer or Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country. In either case, will be fun. Will be a bit of fun. One of them will definitely be a multi-stream thing. Conquer. Donkey Kong Country, probably a one and done. But we'll see. I can do the original Donkey Kong Country in one stream. I don't know about, there we go. I don't know about, I don't know about the Game Boy Color version, though. We'll see, we'll see. Let me go grab a coin. Let me go grab a coin and we'll flip it. Just barely made it. Let's go. Let me hit complete and get up the second to last level by pitch shifter. Go ahead and confirm pitch shifter. I'm going to go grab a coin to flip. 1 second. All right. All right. I think I probably return on me saying the second half of all right. That's weird. Shouldn't be saying a word while the coming back from a break, but I was. Anyway, I grabbed a 100 yen coin from my thing. Heads. Heads. Donkey Kong Country. Again, this is for this. Is this for next Tuesday? This is for the next random rare playthrough. Heads. Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color version. Tails, Conker's Bad Fur Day. I will note we already did Conker Live and Reloaded, which is a remake of Bad Fur Day. So, you know, it's funny to have to play the same game again, except a older version of it that's better in some ways and not as good in other ways. But, let's go. It's Heads. It's Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color version. Okay, that's fine. I did the thing where you do the, you know, you do that thing, and it was Heads. Perfect, perfect. That's kind of what I was wanting. Another one game between me and replaying Conker. And then Conker will be the finale, and then after that, we'll be doing something else with Tuesdays, or maybe Mondays, I'll say. Thinking about changing to Monday, because going back to a non-hybrid work schedule, a completely in-office work schedule, which means that, you know, when I started doing Tuesday streams, it was because Wednesday was work from home, and then, you know, therefore, like, I could go a little later, and now it's gonna make no difference either way, so might as well do it on Mondays again, if I so please, but, that's a thought for another time. Let's finish these last 2 levels and, you know, call it a night. Pitch shifter has confirmed. Excellent. You have another castle level, eat a toast. I'll say the queue is currently closed and we are wrapping up. We just gotta do these last 2 levels and then, you know, I'll do the VOD and stuff and then, go to bed, I guess. I don't really have much else to talk about now that that's all done and that's all, like I said, like, I honestly have not that much to talk about other than the trip. You know, just, I've been playing a few games, watching a few shows. I'm really behind on anime right now. Because, you know, I spent a whole week not having the time or energy to watch it every day. Or watch the amounts that I usually do, so I'm slowly catching up on that. Dang, that's a tough little bit of situation. I don't know. Another try. Let's go. Ooh, this just barely. That's pretty tight. Ooh, that's the first half. Checkpoint. Ah. I'm not gonna count that one. I was refreshing my lives unpaused. Definitely like lost some speed there for letting go of the stick. This one counts though. Needed a clean start to you need a clean start to do this one right. You also need to jump better than I'm jumping. Woo! Okay, I think that's it. That's, whoa. Those things, can they hit you? I feel like they can't, actually. They're, like, all entirely in the wall at all times. Hey, you went to Epic Universe 2, Kaiser Dragon? Excellent. How was your trip? I loved it. I'll say, we talked about, one of the best days of your life. Yeah, it was really good. I spent like 2 hours of the VOD talking about it earlier. You should check out the VOD later. Like, there's like probably 2 hours talking about it. Let me let you in. You know what? You just got here. I'm always good to let someone who wasn't here earlier get a level in. Go ahead, get that in there. What else is going on right now? It was like it was built for your wife and I. Yeah, it's fucking great. I can't wait to see like how it grows and stuff over the years. Yeah. Anyway, not much else is going on for the rest of the year. Like, I need to figure out what's up with a mortgage. I need to figure out like how do you get one of them? And also, you know, whole nine, like, how do you get one? How much do you get? How much can I get? And then, like, what house do I want to buy? Because I want to get a house sometime in the next, like, you know, before the end of the year. So that's, like, the next thing on my plate, the next thing I need to look at, the next thing I need to think about. But also, there'll be viewer level streams every Friday. There'll be something or other every Tuesday or Monday, depending on when the streams will be. You know, for once, there's not like a big thing on the horizon now. Big gamers, horror fans, Harry Potter, you honestly cared the least about Berk. Hiccups Ring Gliders is good coaster, though. Yeah, I think it's the second best thing at the park, honestly, Hiccups. That's, it's a quality coaster. Quality coaster, for sure. Did you get it submitted? Get that that code in there so I can close it back up. So I can close it back up. Did you? Yeah, you're gonna have to submit it again real fast, Kaiser. You know what to do. It's so good. I had such a good time. And now I get to just like hang out and just like, you know, this is Pitch Shifters. I need to hit complete and bring up the next one. There you go. Complete. Next up. And close. Excellent. 2 more levels left now. Next up is, this one just came in relatively recently from Starboy. Starboy. Please confirm. Starboy says sweet. Hell yeah. You get it in this late when the queue is already closed and we're like, you know, draining the last levels here. Gonna be a shorter wait than otherwise, you know. But also you don't get to have multiple, you know, you don't, you're getting like hit at the last, you know. I hope you like traditional difficulty with game design philosophy. It's a tiny super world. That's cool. Yeah, I do like those things. Ludwig's Airship Advance. Interesting. What was the clear rate on this one? I gotta remember to look at the clear rate, and I oftentimes don't. Let me just check the clear rate, and then we'll get into this. Oh, it's fine. It's great. That's way above 1%, which means that we get 5 tries. Though I'll say, Starboy, we do have complimentary instant refresh today. You know, which I figured would be a nice thing considering that, yeah, there were a lot of highlights in the Epic Universe. Honestly, it's like a park that is like 90% highlights. You know, it doesn't really have much of the weaker stuff. You know, it doesn't have filler in the way that you would see at a normal theme park. But I digress, you know, I've already talked a little bit too much. I feel it's funny, you know, we've already spent like 3-4 hours talking theme parks, but I do have more things to say if you draw it out of me, you know? That's just true. This is fun. Propeller suit is, you know, underused and crap. Level is, like, built around it in a fun way. I'm nodding at everything you're saying, Kaiser. It's... Check the VOD later on if you want to see all my photos and stuff. I have I prepared, like, 173 photos for Epic Universe. And if you're wondering why that specific number, it's because if you have more in a single, like, photo album, a photo slideshow, it, like, doesn't work in OBS. It's weird, honestly. It's something about the memory, you know, it can only have a photo gallery so large in memory. That's... The like, Disney and, like, other Universal stuff is, like, in its own gallery for that reason. Did you get the banana float? I didn't. I'm not really a big, banana person, nor am I a big smoothie person, so I thought about it and then said, nah, maybe next time I will. I don't know. I'm just not a big pineapple person, not a big, like, banana person. Like, all the ingredients in that just looked like stuff I'm not into. It was so good. Yeah, I hear that. That makes me want to try it, but everything on paper says, you know, everything on paper indicates, like, it's not really my thing. I like ice cream. I just don't know about smoothies. I'm okay with a milkshake. Like, I used to eat at Shake and Steak all the time. Back in the day when they were good. And I would, the office I was in, like, before the pandemic was, like, right across the, like a very, very short distance away from a Steak and Shake. So it was, like, a very, very easy lunch to do. And since it was so easy, I had it a lot and definitely would get an Oreo shake a lot. But, you know, you eat that with a spoon. I'm not really a big... I don't know if this is weird, but I don't really like straws. I don't like to drink things with straws. I just don't... Plastic, I don't know. That seems weird to me. I just don't care for it as a way to eat, I guess. Guess what? Guess what, Kaiser Dragon? What? It was an edible. You were on an edible at Epic Universe? Wow, that's fun. You're allowed to do that? I guess you're allowed to do anything, so long as they don't, clock it. You know. They have drinks at Epic Universe. Are you allowed to? I don't know the legalities of, like... I don't know Florida law, for what it's worth. Big straws are fun. Just, I don't know. I'm weird about them. I'll admit I'm weird about them. I just don't like, whenever there's a straw in a drink, I take it out. And then I just, you know, tip the thing over to drink the drink. Which is water, always, in my case. The longest you waited for anything was 30 minutes, including DK, Minecart, and Harry Potter. Damn, I didn't see either of those get that short in my time, though I did have, I did manage to get some extra express passes, extra skip the line passes from, like, ride failures and stuff like that, and was able to skip those lines, myself as well. That feels good. It feels good to skip. It feels good to get a crazy good wait time. Did I mention that Tron was like 40 minutes? Got 40-minute wait on Tron. Really not bad at all. At Disney, you know. I hear that's a steal. Yeah, I hope they add a Zelda ride as well. I'm really curious. I want to hear their plans. I want to hear, like, what the future holds. Right now, though, I need to start thinking about houses. And, like, you know, also I could stand to think about what games are coming out. Hey, what games are coming out right now? Like, there's Metal Gear Delta, right? Like, that's coming out pretty soon, right? That's probably gonna be good. I'll probably play... The new Shinobi comes out in 10 days. I never got into the old Shinobis, but maybe. I've heard good things. There's like a demo of that, right? I should probably try it. I feel like I just like to play games. I'm not really a big demo person these days. I don't know why that is. Just like... I'd rather just like watch someone play the game, and if it looks cool and fun, I'll buy it. You know, that's like most of my decision-making process. But I could probably just play the demo and find out for myself, like, if Shinobi is the game for me. Is that the game with the demo, or is that the, There was, like, another Ninja Gaiden type game, right? There was another Ninja Gaiden game that came out recently that I confused with it. Very cool, very good. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? Gotcha, yeah. So there's Shinobi and then there's Ninja Gaiden. I don't know the difference. Now that I'm like, you know, free and whatever, and don't got nothing else going on, I should probably play some new games, you know? And I'm done with Donkey Kong. I 100%ed it, and even like any percented it after that, doing like the playthrough where I skipped one Bonanza, you know. Like, I'm free to play another game. I should probably buy some more games and play them. Is it just... Well, what else is out? There's Dragon Drive. I hear that got pretty mid reviews. They do say it's fun, but they also say, like, yeah, it's like ARMS. You play it, and it's fun, but are you really going to play it, like, more than once? Really? Ask yourself that. I feel like ARMS probably should have been reviewed just about as harshly as Dragon Drive, considering, like, yeah, when I got ARMS, I played it for a bit, and then I was done. The most fun I ever had was in the beta, where it was like a free weekend, and everyone was playing it, and you only could play it for like a few hours, so you played it for a few hours, and you're like, ooh, this is fun. And then you bought it, and then you played it for a few hours and went, oh, I'm done. You know, I bet Dragon Drive is kind of low-key the same thing. Like, you play it for a few hours, and then you're done. Unfortunate. But I'll hand it to them. Like, I think you guys did a cool idea. Probably should have had more than one sport in it or something. I don't know. Need some meat on those bones. There's Kirby and the Forgotten Land Switch 2 edition. Yeah, I could go for some more Kirby. That's fine. The Jamboree DLC was apparently really shitty. So I don't even own Jamboree, so I guess I won't buy Jamboree plus TV time. That's right out. Kaiser Dragon. What else is good? Tell me. What games should I be buying right now? Like, are there anything good in the Nintendo eShop? Is there anything good out right now? Oh, they just added... Did they just add, or are they adding, Chibi Robo? I've never played Chibi Robo. Should I play Chibi Robo on Nintendo Switch 2 specifically and not my Retroid? I probably should play it on my Switch 2 and not my Retroid, considering that it's like, you know, higher resolution and all that. Well, that's not true. The screen is the same resolution, but it's a bigger screen and a nicer screen. Well, the Retroid is an OLED. August 21st. Oh, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, Thursday tomorrow, because it's past midnight. So it's the day after tomorrow, technically, really. I looked at my watch and it said it was the 20th, and that's because it's past midnight here. Let's play this last level. I need to get on the ball, get back into the swing of things, get used to my normal schedule, and honestly, probably my normal schedule needs to change, because with, you know, return to office and all that going on next week, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare in the workplace. It's gonna be a whole big pain in the ass, I think, is what everyone is expecting. I am expecting it as well. So, that's gonna be a hell of a thing to get back used to. And, I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna take it, I'm just gonna, like, relax and see what happens, you know, as you do. Let's do this. This looks like a race. I'm gonna say, I bet we can do it in one go. Not really a race, more of a auto-scroller where you're trying to avoid projectiles and stuff. Let's go, let's do it. I'm tired. There we go. Very nice. Very nice, very cool. Thank you for the level. I liked it. It was good. And, that's the last level of tonight. Alright, that was a successful Epic Universe recap stream, plus a whole lot of damn good viewer levels. Let me go ahead and get that down, get this down, and, go ahead and bounce out of here. And I gotta make myself nice and big, and bring up the schedule. Folks, the schedule is almost back to normality. This week is a weird week because we did the viewer levels today and not on Friday, because I wanted to talk about all this stuff while it was, you know, fresh in my mind, and before anything more happened. I understand that Hollow Knight or Silk Song is getting some sort of a trailer or something on Thursday. Who knows how much more stuff would have happened before Friday. I could have had, like, a whole bunch more to talk about, other than, like, you know, The Office and Jiggies in Time and, like, 2 other things. There's the whole Gamescom thing going on as well. Whatever. Hey, I'll say, Friday's stream is going to be Metroid Fusion Randomizer. I'm going to be doing Metroid Fusion Randomizer, wherein it's the brand new Metroid Fusion Randomizer, which is different from the old Metroid Fusion Randomizer. It's a whole thing. It has some meaningful improvements on the old way, which I really liked, and it sounds really promising and good. So that'll be Friday. I'll say the old randomizer took me like somewhere in the ballpark of like 2 to 3 hours to do. I'm curious, like, if this new one will be about the same. You know, considering that you can only change, like, you can only change it so much. That might still be the case, but Also, the way that the wind condition has changed in this, like, we might need to see more of the world. More than just, like, you did in the original randomizer. So it could go longer. I'm curious. I'm really excited. I think that's going to be fun. Look for that Friday at 6 p.m. Central. Next week, we'll be getting back to the regular flow of things with a rareware replay randomizer, a random rareware playthrough on Tuesday. Again, that's going to be Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color Edition. And then viewer levels as normal on Friday. Normal ass viewer levels next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday. And then from then it should be pretty normal sailing from then on out. Though Labor Day weekend, there will be a Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 stream on the Sunday. Look forward to that. That'll be fun. Gonna do it on Sunday, not on Labor Day itself. I think that's fine. I'd rather sleep in on Labor Day. You know, the day before. I'd rather do it in the middle of the weekend rather at the end of the weekend. That's just personal preference. Anyway, that's all what's coming. Let me go ahead and send Twitch people somewhere. Let me send Twitch people somewhere, and then we can end the stream. We've been going 6 hours. Damn, it was a long one. Turns out the Epic Universe and all that, kind of a lot to talk about, huh? There was an error fetching followed channels. What? That's weird. Mario Maker. The raid channel thing on the phone just isn't working. What if I try resetting the app? It's really bizarre. Okay, now it's working. I restarted the app. It's fine. Okay, cool. Let me see. Who can I send you to? There's a bunch of people going. It is Tuesday and all. Who should I send y'all to? Let's look for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, why not? I'll send you to Mario Maker 2. Let's see now. It's always hard. You know, if I don't know someone, I don't know if they're cool. I'll send you to Glower. Glower is doing Paper Mario speedruns, that's fine. Nothing wrong with a good old Glower raid. Alright, well, I'll see you on Tuesday, or on Friday for, I'll see you on Friday for, I'll see you on Friday for Metroid Fusion Randomizer, the new one, the new version. And then next week will be pretty normal. Rareware playthrough on Tuesday, viewer levels on Friday. It's good to be back, and I'm looking forward to getting back into the swing of things, catching up on things I got behind on while away, and getting back into that old rhythm as you do. Hope y'all have a lovely rest of your week, and yeah, I'll see you on Friday. Oh. Bye, folks. Y'all have a good one. See you on Friday. Night.